Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Clerk, can you please call forward speakers addressing the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do not have any closed session agenda speakers in person, and we did not receive any electronic comments. And then noting for the record that we don't have any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So with no public comment on the closed session agenda, we will recess into closed session. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have all 7 members present.
The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Pastor Gregory Tucker from Hope Community Church. Following that, Councilmember Leon is going to lead us in the flag salute. Pastor Tucker, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Father, we quiet ourselves before an important meeting and just kind of reset. We understand we're called to pray for our leaders, and we're to pray for our government and our city, and we help us be faithful in that. But at this time, we're praying specifically for this important meeting, and I ask that you would give our elected officials here, those in whom we have placed our trust, that you would give them wisdom to make good and right choices, and that you would be with us as the audience, the participants, the receivers of what happens here, and that you would help us to enter into this gathering with a spirit of peace and hope and acceptance. And we pray these things that we might live to bring glory to you. Amen.
As we conclude the month of October, the month of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we want to recognize all those who are still fighting the disease and their families, as well as all our healthcare workers for all their work, for all their families going through difficult times. And with that, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oops. Thank you. Tonight we have the honor of recognizing the vibrant legacy of lifelong Anaheim resident Cruz Pinelli. Cruz Pinelli was born in La Colonia de Independencia in West Anaheim to loving parents Patricio Lopez and Maria de Jesus on May 3rd, 1923. She was raised in a happy home with 6 sisters and 2 brothers whom she loved very much. Cruz adored music and learned the piano at a young age, eventually becoming an organist at Sacred Heart Church in La Colonia. She attended Anaheim High School and worked at Disneyland not long after it opened. Cruz also worked at classic Anaheim landmarks, such as the Anaheim Packing House and Grant's Department Store. She married Arthur Pinelli in 1947, raised 4 daughters, Terry, Lois, Beverly, and Linda. Her 7 grandchildren were a great source of pride. On March 8th, 2023, after a brief illness, Cruz passed peacefully at home, surrounded by family. She will be remembered for her sharp memory, her contagious smile, and for her unceasing resilience. She leaves behind a legacy of strength and faith that touched all who knew her. Cruz Pinelli's family members are here tonight, and I would love to welcome them up to the dais for this presentation and a group photo. Please join me.
generally. Okay?
I wanted to make sure color lighting was good.
Great, everyone. We'll take a few photos.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you all. Next, I would like to welcome Jody Daly and Kathy Couture to speak about our very famous Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade.
I don't know how high this goes. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and City staff. Thank you for having us here this evening to provide some details and historical context to Anaheim's century-old Halloween celebrations. 100 years ago this week, an elaborate Halloween carnival and festival was staged by the Downtown Merchants Association to bring together Anaheim's 11,000 residents for the purpose of fostering community pride. Its success led them to do it all again the following year, this time adding a nighttime Halloween parade. Over 20,000 residents and neighbors from nearby towns crowded the sidewalks on October 31st, 1924, to watch the 45-minute pageant led by baseball superstars Babe Ruth and Walter Johnson, who served as the first Grand Marshals. A tradition was born. As the festival and parade grew in popularity each year, new, uniquely Anaheim ways of celebrating Halloween were added. A traveling calliope would wake the neighborhood at 6 a.m., letting everyone know to don their costumes and head over to City Park for the pancake breakfast and comical variety show. Horse shows in the 1930s, a fancy beard-growing contest called the Whiskerino, and a costume beauty pageant known as Miss Slick Chick were both highlights in the 40s and 50s. In 1953, the Walt Disney Studios got word of the big doings happening in downtown and provided several float concepts for the parade to be built by the community volunteers. This was 2 years before Disneyland opened and a year before it would be officially announced to the public at large. As agriculture gave way to tourism, Anaheim's boundaries began to expand rapidly in every direction. Ranchers sold off their long-held family farms for subdivisions. A modern shopping mall opened west of town, away from the old businesses, and the historic downtown began a downward spiral from which it would not recover. Without a strong downtown to bolster it, the Anaheim Halloween Festival suffered greatly and very likely could have disappeared forever had it not been for a handful of neighbors who refused to let it go. As a new nonprofit, the renamed Anaheim Fall Festival and Halloween Parade survived as Anaheim's downtown worked to pick up the pieces and reinvent itself. This year, we are honored to name Sally Feldhaus as our hometown hero in the parade for her active role keeping this event from going away. Today, sustained by generous donations, support from the city, and an ever-growing community of dedicated volunteers, the festival and parade are once again valued examples of Anaheim's cultural heritage. We look forward to welcoming you all to the 100th Annual Anaheim Fall Festival and 99th Annual Anaheim Halloween Parade this Saturday, October 28th, along Center Street Promenade. That's it.
Thank you, Jody and Kathy, and to your team for all of the tireless hours and weekends that you guys devote to this amazing Anaheim tradition. I'm really looking forward to having this be my first one as mayor. We're gonna keep it alive and have fun. So next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We do have 3 this evening, recognizing October 8th through the 14th, 2023 as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, recognizing October 22nd through the 28th, 2023 as National Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, and recognizing November 1st, 2023 as Extra Mile Day. We do have representatives for 2 of the recognitions. The first for Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, we have Ted White, our Director of Planning and Building.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge and recognize an extraordinary group of staff members this evening. I have the distinct honor to work with the men and women of code enforcement and to see their professionalism and dedication to the community on a daily basis. Code enforcement officers perform an essential, yet sometimes thankless role for the city. Their duties are challenging and far-ranging. In my opinion, it's one of the toughest gigs in city government. A glance into the day of the life of a code enforcement officer might surprise some people, and I recommend a ride along with an officer if you're up for the adventure. You might find yourself responding to an unpermitted garage conversion, coordinating a graffiti removal, documenting water quality violations, encouraging the repainting of a commercial building, collaborating on a homeless encampment cleanup, educating a small business owner, tracking coyote activities, monitoring an illegal business, licensing a taxi cab, confiscating street vending equipment, inspecting a short-term rental, or simply helping an elderly homeowner put away their trash cans. And what you would also surely see would be our officers doing all of this and much, much more with respect, patience, humility, and kindness for the thousands of our residents and businesses that they serve, and we are very fortunate to have our officers. At this time, I would like to invite the representatives of our code enforcement team here tonight to stand and be recognized for their efforts serving our community. Council's recognition is, please, Mayor, no, go ahead. I just wanted to thank you.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask if we could have the code enforcement officers join us in the well for a picture.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Try to get one up here. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Great. Thank you.
And Mayor, we do have one more for National Childhood Lead Poisoning Lead Poisoning Prevention Week. We do have a representative from Orange County Healthcare Agency to accept.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Forrester. I'm supervising environmental health specialist with the County of Orange and also an environmental professional with the Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program. On behalf of Orange County Healthcare Agency, I would like to thank you, Mayor Aitken, and council members for proclaiming the week of October 22nd through the 28th of 2023 as Lead Poisoning Prevention Week in the city of Anaheim. Lead poisoning is an important public health issue as many may cause lifelong health effects, including learning and behavioral problems for children. There is no safe level of lead, and many children do not look or act sick when they're lead poisoned. That is why a simple blood test is so critical to early intervention. Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week is an opportunity to remind families in our communities to focus on prevention year-round by avoiding lead exposure from sources such as chipped and peeling paint in older homes, imported toys, jewelry, pottery, and candies, and traditional folk remedies. Additionally, this year's Lead Week theme will be awareness to community sources of potential lead air poisoning, including construction dust from older buildings, industrial sites that may include battery recycling, welding, solder manufacturing, pigment and glass making, and shooting ranges and most ammunition. Families that live near a potential source may consider using an air purifier with HEPA filters and cover bare dirt where children play. For family members working in any of these sites, shower and change clothes before going home to protect your household from lead dust. To assist with lead prevention, we would like to take this opportunity to bring to your awareness the Lead Hazard Reduction Program in Orange County. The California Department of Public Health has awarded a 3-year contract with Azure Community Development and La Luna 300, Local 300. The program seeks to provide lead hazard control and remediation to underserved families in homes built prior to 1978 containing lead-based paint that may be both privately owned rentals and owner-occupied rentals in Orange County, residential properties in Orange County. We expect to serve 50 homes between May 2023 to May 2025. In addition, the program is to address the immediate needs of families, such as safe housing and education on the hazards of lead in the home. And finally, the program will improve capacity of local healthcare clinics, housing agencies, and community-based organizations in addressing lead poisoning and prevention issues affecting Orange County families. We do have information with flyers available in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Thank you again to the City of Anaheim for making this proclamation. And
Thank
tonight
you.
I have several members from our team. If you would stand. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Now I'll call to order the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, I do have 2 announcements with regards to tonight's agenda. Item 6 on the agenda is consideration of a request for rehearing of the City Council's decision on September 12th for the project development application number 2021-00218 for a project located at 2780 East Wagner Avenue. Noting for the record, hearing from our Director of Planning and Building, he has notified that the petitioner, Red Hook Capital Partners, has withdrawn their request for rehearing. So that item will be withdrawn from the agenda, and council will not need to take action on that item. Also, with regards to item 25, the city clerk's office received the results of the certificate canvass with respects to the special election held on October 3rd, 2023. With receiving that on Friday afternoon, an added item was added to the October 24th agenda, amending agenda, adding item 25, which is the resolution reciting and declaring the results of that special election. So that item is number 25. That will be before council under council business. The The amended agenda was posted prior to the 72 hours, so admit all the requirements of the Brown Act. It was posted on the city's website along with the staff report, the resolution, along with a certificate of canvass, and that was also distributed to City Council and made publicly available. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers addressing the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council, with exception for the scheduled public hearing. The first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda items were not heard during the first public comment, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the city council must complete a speaker card, which is available at the back of the council chambers. Please note that the name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. I would also like to note that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the city council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the city clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrecen servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicio de interpretación en otros idiomas, tengan la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:24, with the 90-minute public comment set to conclude at 6:54, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up at the podium. And Mayor and City Council, we do have 9 speaker cards, and we'll go ahead and call the first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and my fellow citizens. So there's nothing more important, and we tend to think that, well, we've heard it all, and we kind of, nothing's, everybody gets jaded and kind of stuck in their own little world. But these are important issues, and none more so than 1 and 2, which are senior programs, because now I'm a senior, of course, at 65, and things like that become more prominent in my life than ever before. And with the baby boom generation is becoming more and more each year, that we have to basically look out after our seniors. This should not even be a question. It should be done and done with the most, with the senior population needs to be protected. Also 19, 20, 21, which basically are the lobbyist restrictions. We have ex-mayor Kurt Pringle, who basically, from what I've understood, has dodged keeping his lobbying records up to date. So that should be a no-no. And that should be addressed, and that should be followed, because somebody of that magnitude who has served on this dais obviously thinks he can just flip a bird at the rest of you and just say, I can do what I want. But they should not be able to, as we know from ex-mayor Harry Sadu, the pay to play. If you're going to do business in this sense, you better register. If you're going to do business with the city, there should be not any question. If you don't have your lobbying records up to date, then you should be kept from coming into that door. There should not be a question. And so this has to have teeth like never before. We cannot continue with this kind of letting it slide kind of thing. And the hotline 21. This is good. Council member misconduct, as I pointed out with the ex-mayor Harry Sadu, who's facing a sentence in prison. And that's a sad thing to have to say about a mayor of our city that I was born in. But it needs to be done. We need to have some kind of a hotline, something teeth to this kind of
Mr.
issue.
Daniels,
Thank
I'm
you
sorry,
so
your time
much.
is up.
I'm out of here.
Good evening. In recent months, the city of Anaheim has been shaken to its core by a damning corruption report that revealed the deep-seated malfeasance of its city manager, who was mentioned almost as many times as Harry Sadu. The role of a city manager is a crucial one, especially in our charter city. They are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring the smooth operation of a city, including managing budgets, overseeing city services, monitoring employees, and implementing policies that reflect the needs and desires of the community. Unfortunately, the recent corruption report paints a very different picture of a city manager, one who used his power and influence for personal gain rather than the betterment of the city and its residents. Corruption within the highest ranks of city leadership is not merely a moral failing, it is a betrayal of the public trust. It erodes the foundations of democracy and diminishes, if not completely eliminated, the faith that citizens have in their government. Anaheim residents deserve better, and they deserve leadership that acts in their best interest. The corruption report exposed a web of illicit deals, embezzlement, and conflicts of interest that were not only unethical, but also illegal. This is not the kind of leadership that Anaheim, a city with a rich history and diverse population, deserves. The people of Anaheim should be able to trust that their city manager and city officials are working diligently to improve their lives, not lining their own pockets at the expense of the public. Transparency and accountability are the bedrock principles of a thriving democracy. The exposure of corruption within the city manager's office is a testament to the importance of these principles. The revelation of this corruption should serve as a rallying point for the community to demand change and reform within the city government. It is incumbent upon residents, civic organizations, and concerned citizens to push for reforms that prevent such corrupt practices from happening again in the future. This might and hopefully will include stricter ethics guidelines, enhanced oversight, and more rigorous vetting of city officials. The citizens of Anaheim must stand united against corruption and demand that those responsible for these reprehensible actions are held accountable for their deeds within the bounds of the law. But they should also remember that a few bad actors should not tarnish the reputation of an entire city. Anaheim is so much more than the corruption exposed by this report. Imagine my surprise when I see that it's agendized to discuss the city manager's signing authority. Hopefully it's to lower it. It's like putting a coyote in a hen house. Here we have a man who did not prevent Mike Leister from using his personal cell phone, so therefore he didn't have to turn it over. We have a man who enabled the Anaheim PD to not unlock the phones of other officials. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that this man should still be sitting over here to my right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Robbins. Thank you very much for considering the lobbyist reforms. And of course, we're People's Homeless Task Force, and I see on here, there's a lot of good things on the agenda tonight, and the Housing Trust is really important, of course, to us. I see a lot of money coming in. I hope that the city of Anaheim can contribute to that also. Disneyland is talking about building some new rides and everything else here in Anaheim, and I hope that the city of Anaheim can ask them to contribute heartily to the Anaheim budget and a housing trust for their employees also, as there's nothing in their plan about building housing for the thousands of employees they'll need for their new enterprise. For the housing trust, we got to remember there's got to be accountability. There's got to be a lot of motivation for the staff and volunteers. There has to be a lot of advocacy and partnership. And we have, I think, a committed leader. And I think that we need to move forward this. It's great on the agenda here. It looks like a lot of money. I hope that we can find a lot more money to move forward on this. That's always been our agenda, and that's what we're here for, and that's what we're going to fight for. Thank you very much this evening.
Our next speaker, Megan Herbert. Mayor and City Council, there were speakers on item 6. They may have left. James Peterson. So we'll go to our next speaker, Paul Hayek.
Welcome, Council. I see there's a board position on the Housing Commission. I'm very interested. I want to move into the area, and I want to represent them. I'd like to find out what the specifications are, what I'd have to do. Probably I have to go to the clerk and fill out an application, but I'm very interested in it. And I call Anaheim my home. I've called it since well before 2006.
The next speaker, Cecilia Flores. That was also for item number 6, Mayor and City Council. They may have left as well. So we'll have the next speaker for item number 23.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Boris Gressley, and I'm here today representing the voices of over 400 men and women in Anaheim who are essential parts of our vibrant community. I want to draw your attention to item number 23 on today's agenda, which underscores the city's commitment to enhancing transparency within the construction industry and safeguarding the rights of our workers. For far too long, labor violations and unscrupulous contractors have operated in the shadows. You have the decision tonight in favor of a contractor transparency ordinance to stop the status quo. We hope that you're going to vote in favor of the suggested ordinance, and thank you very much.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We sent in a letter. I'm here to follow up on that. There's just a couple key points that I wanted to highlight for you. We agree that, transparency, putting some sunshine on bad actors, that's a great thing to do. We're worried about the technical language that's included in item 23. I think when we're discussing pending violations, I think there needs to be a lot more clarity around that, what that means. I think there is a great deal of gray area that could cause unnecessary trouble. I would hate to see one bad actor, subcontractor be dishonest and then stop a project for everybody else who's working on the same project. I think there's a way to fix that. I just think it needs to be a little more clearly established in the language. Also, at the end, in the last section, we talk about an unqualified right to revoke building permits. I think there's conversations about curing. There's a little more work that maybe needs to go in to just making sure we've got a system that is not inadvertently punishing folks who are trying in good faith to comply with the rules of the city. Suggested an interesting way of including it as part of the business license. I think that puts the burden onto the city to collect that information and off the businesses of the city. Something to consider, but appreciate your consideration.
All right, I'm batting cleanup. John Hanna, I'm a 50-year resident of Orange County, a resident of Orange and work in Buena Park. I'm with the Southwest Mountain States Council of Carpenters. And lads and ladies, please stand. I don't think you're blocking anybody's way over there. Most of the people are over there. I'm here to speak on item number 23. I think we did this the right way. We're not just showing up. We met with the city manager, Mr. Vanderpool. We met with a number of the council, or talked with a number of the council members. And when Mr. Vanderpool asked us to go meet with staff, we did. We met, and when staff had some concerns, we made changes to this proposed ordinance. The staff will tell you that, and they were fine after we were done. So we've done, we think, it the right way. This does not prevent any contractor from using who they want. It does allow the people of Anaheim and the staff of Anaheim to know who's doing business. And most importantly, it lets the contractor know who are these subcontractors, because they don't always know. Many times they have no idea of the bad actors. Adam Wood is a bright guy, and I admire him. I work with him. We work together on the Irvine ordinance, and the point he raised here with regard to the first issue, there's going to be an amendment because we want this to work. This is not us versus them. This is making Anaheim a better and cleaner place to work if you're in the construction industry. And so I think Adam's concerns are taken care of. As for the last item, the unqualified right to stop work, no city manager or city planning or building agency wants to arbitrarily stop work. That's the last item in the portfolio. And I would say, you know, Irvine's done that, has that in their portfolio, and that's what that was the city staff's desire to have that. We're fine with it, but we know it's rarely going to be used. What we want is just transparency. And if you don't have a stick, you're not going to get the info. God willing, the stick will never have to be used, because Adam represents some of the people who are our partners, and we're not here to drag them down in the mud, but they've got sometimes, occasionally, some bad actors. You and the people out here have a right to know about it. Thank you very much, and I urge your support on this item on the first reading.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes speaker on our agenda items. We have 6 speakers to address council on general comments. Our first speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin. Cecil?
I'm Outreach Homeless Ministry, City Chaplain, Security for Disney, and I've been studying the CNN and CBS on the control of Israel and Gaza and Huns that's been attacking Israel, shooting everybody to sight. And it's horrible. And they blew up a hospital, children included, down to 1-year-old all the way up. And I'm trying to find out how to get on the pro-housing grant funding because I need an increase. I get a budget of $1,158.58 a month, and I might be able to save $300 a month, but it's going to be tough on me. It's hard to pay the rent, $308. And that's what I wanted to talk about, because Joe Biden says don't stop the ground fight. Don't stop that. They want to protect America wants to protect Israel under that statement you've been hearing on the news. Turn on your cell phone, it'll just click it up with all that reports. And my phone is set up that way. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to work with me on with the city manager on the pro-housing grant funding. How would I go about finding that out? I need someone to talk to me about it and see if we can set this up. Because I'm having enough time as it is. I'm a writer, and I've been doing the Bible, Holy Law Bible magazine, and I did the Mouse Tales for Disney, 500 pages, but I still got some more of the original reports and 2021 updates. I can tell you where the gold's at in Disney, pretty much of it, where it's all been founded. The carousel right behind the Cinderella Castle, and then the D33 restaurant. It was remodeled. It was 14 karat painted, but it's remodeled, and furniture and everything has all been changed out since Walt's been there, since I met him in November the 20th, 19 at Kohl's. He worked at Kohl's at one time, but the manager that was there at Kohl's, he finally left. He's not there anymore. Mayor, Stephen Thessel, we need to work on this, because I need to get my income together and get me something more stable where I can take care of myself. And I've been praying for y'all for things to happen, and it's kind of shaking me up about Israel, where it's coming from. Is anybody, city manager, could you help me on this? On this budgeting?
Ciso, I'm sorry, your time is up.
You got my phone number, 714-350-2596.
Mr. Corcoran, thank you. Your time is
I'd
up.
like you to set me up.
Can we call the next speaker?
Can you talk to me today?
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran. Your time is up.
Can you call me this week?
Mr. Corcoran, can we please call up the next speaker?
Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you for your reports and your concerns.
We have our next speaker.
And if you need to know
Mastat?
about Disney, I'm able to explain
Thank
this
you, Mr.
on the
Corcoran. Can
reports.
I please ask you to sit down? Thank you for coming.
In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. God bless you. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, Susana Barrios. You can give this to the city manager, and this is for the council. Thank you.
You gonna call me this week? I have your number. Let me know your schedule.
Thank you.
I'll be around the phone between 8 and
Sir, you can go ahead and start while she's passing.
Good evening, City Council and City Manager. Let's move Anaheim towards a more exclusive and dignified future by removing the mascot and name colonist. Many schools and national sport teams have come to a rational understanding of the negative impact of mascots that are offensive and harmful. They have chosen, in the spirit of respect, understanding, and for the better benefit of communities, to remove their distasteful mascot names. Such actions in our country demonstrate that removing long-time negative representations of oppression, racism, and inequality are a step towards healing and pervasive and historical injustices towards minorities, especially Native Americans and indigenous peoples. That includes the Mexican indigenous people and Chicanos as well, from the barrios to the reservations, occupied Aztlan. This is a historical disconnect between the colonists, as depicted by the Anaheim High School mascot and much later German colonists in Anaheim. Colonists arrived in the America's East Coast in the early 1600s and were never in California. Colonists predates the establishment of the United States and democracy. Colonists worldwide took indigenous lands and their own under violent, dehumanizing, and scrupulous methods, raids, and warfare, which is the reason why the word should not represent Anaheim High School students. In 1857, the Germans that planned a project to move to Anaheim were in fact investors. It was local Native Americans, indigenous agriculture, a work that made possible the water supply and land preparations for the vineyards so the Germans could prosper. 3 years later, when all was ready, the Germans arrived to make their homes on unceded land. During this same era, local natives barely survived incursion, having suffered 90% loss of population under horrifying attempts to completely exterminate indigenous peoples and take the land. For Native Americans, the term colonist is a reminder of a cruel and distrust treatment of our ancestors. And last, Virginia Carmelos de Tangua, descendant Gabrielena and elder, is a long-term resident of Anaheim. She is a native to this land, as were her ancestors before her. Virginia's family was lived in Anaheim for 3 generations before her. Her father graduated from Anaheim High School. Virginia is the former council member of the former tribal chairperson of the Gabrielena Tongva Nation, Greater Los Angeles, Orange County. Her 6 children attended Hill School in Anaheim School District, as do her grandchildren today. She is a culture educator and consultant. Thank you, City Council, for working with the library. They had a beautiful presentation. And
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
thank you. And I just want to take the time to say a prayer to someone that was shot. A close friend of ours was shot in
Sorry, sir.
Española, New Mexico,
I'm sorry,
by a
sir. We
racist
need to
Trump
call the next
supporter,
speaker.
a colonist. And we
Sir?
need to change the name of the school because your ancestors and yourself
Sir,
are
I'm gonna have
guilty
to ask
for
you to
what
sit
your
down.
people have
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Free Palestine. Aslan Libre.
Next speaker, Bobby McDonald.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, honorable council members. I'm Bobby McDonald. I'm one of the veteran representatives in the county and in the city, and I wanted to bring attention to a couple veterans events that's going to be coming up November 10th and November 11th right here.
Mr. McDonald, can I just have you hold for one moment? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can we have the time? Thank you, sir. I want to make sure you get your proper time.
Oh, I won't be here that long. Okay. I'm used to being quick at the mic, no problem. But anyway, we've got on the 10th of November, that Friday, the VFW will be having its steak night, and we'll be honoring all our veterans, and we'll also make sure that the steak night is just $10 for the meal. And also the good thing about it is we're going to be celebrating the Marine Corps birthday. So we'll be celebrating that. And then, of course, at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, we'll all gather over at the museum for the Veterans Day program that we'll have for the city of Anaheim. So that's what I kind of wanted to bring to your attention a couple of weeks out instead of doing it the week before. But anyway, thank you very kindly. Look forward to seeing all of you there. And thanks for your support for veterans here in Anaheim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. 3 points tonight. Maybe one is council communications. I've noticed the meetings tend to run long, and it's hard to focus when there's length. I've also noticed council communications has kind of evolved into a PR segment of the evening. The last council communications, last meeting, was 35 minutes, which is a sizable amount of time for the audience. I'm not saying we should remove council communications, but maybe be a little more rigorous in what you choose to bring up. 2 items that I would like to see brought up during council communications is one council member could speak to why fire station number 12 is delayed. It'd be nice to have a bi-weekly update of where that fire station is, since the contract has been awarded for the design and build. Second, it'd be nice to have an update on what the lobbying violation situation is in terms of the Casalao Group and Joe Wallace. Are we going to proceed with that? If not, why not? What kind of precedent does that send, especially with a large project like Disney Forward entering the planning process? In both instances, both those projects started under the Sidhu era. So I think the public would like to know that neither project was wrapped up in those problems. Moving on to the city manager, I've been up here several times, rather critical of this city manager, and I'm thinking maybe I need to review my perspective. for where I see faults, I was trying to figure out why the council gave him a 3% raise and kept him. So I have to think he did a good job. You know, maybe his job was not to file the paperwork when the 5 patrol cars and the watch commander and himself went to visit Jordan Broadman. Maybe it was his job to not audit Visit Anaheim for 13 consecutive years. And maybe it is his job not to have the Planning Commission more visible, as in having the meetings televised. I just can't reconcile the difference between my perspective and the other, but I am willing to be persuaded. I just don't understand the city's perspective on this. Thank you.
Next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. Yo tengo amor y respeto para ustedes. Serio. Yo tengo amor y respeto para ustedes. Pero tú tienes odio para las personas, mi familia y mí. ¿Por qué? You know, one of your friends came to me with a problem. They had some rodents overrunning their home. An elderly woman in Anaheim, within a mile of this building. Every night when it began to get dark, she'd have to close herself in her bedroom door, in her bedroom, lock herself in, because rodents were overrunning her home. Nice, quiet, small little home. Looks nice. Lovely woman. But every night, she lived in terror. She couldn't go out of her room at night. Now, one of your friends came to me and said, hey, I have a problem. How do I solve this? I'm not a licensed rodent exterminator. I've had a structural pest control license, which is termites and things that, you know, fungus and dry rot, roofing, foundations. Maybe Steven's a little familiar. But within 72 hours, I put in 8 hours, one of my crew put in 4, and another crew put in about 10, maybe 12 hours. Again, 72 hours, we resolved her problem. Within 72 hours, one of your friends got a good night's sleep because they came to me with a problem. And she was very hesitant. She's like, I'm embarrassed and I'm worried about how much this will cost. How much are you going to charge me for this work? And I showed her the contract that I'd written up. It says clean termite, a private party. And where it said price, it said 1 smile. Do you know? So when every single one of us comes down here, we come down here de amor. And when we ask you for help,
Mr. Kay, your time is up.
it's because we really need help. Okay? So please, thank you. Happy day.
Next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Hi, my name is Matthew Duncan. I am currently a resident of the city of Orange. I grew up in Anaheim. My parents' house was very close to the railroad tracks and Edison power lines that run east-west through the city. And I walked to and from school, elementary and middle, junior high, along those tracks. Now, in the 1960s, There was cattle in there under the power lines, and there were also coyotes there. And I was a kid who got interested in native wildlife, especially urban coyotes. So I occasionally saw them, not frequently, but I did see them, got a couple pictures. I regularly heard them singing. Again, they're the song dogs. And I did research on them starting at the age of about 9 or 10. So I tell you that just for a little background. I'm not a biologist. I'm just a guy who grew up in Anaheim and appreciated and still appreciates and respects native wildlife. So I was a little bit bothered this summer. One of my buddies that I grew up with let me know that the city of Anaheim has been trapping and killing coyotes, and they don't want to talk about it. And if you call them, which I did, yeah, I tended to get a sanitized version of what's going on. And again, I know you're Anaheim. Again, I grew up in this city. One of the people I respected more than anybody was the great Walt Disney. Why? Not because he created Disneyland, but because he was a staunch advocate for coyotes, which a lot of people don't know. He did public service announcements asking people to please understand the value of these animals. He did produce movies starring Chico the Coyote. My favorite one was Chico the Misunderstood Coyote. So here we are now in 2023. I find out that in 2017, you guys voted to hire coyote wildlife and pest solutions owned by Jimmy Rizzle. I know him. I'm involved in protecting wildlife. I know who he is. I'm not going to say anything about him. He's not here, and he's a symptom of the problem. Just like coyotes in the neighborhood are a symptom of the problem. They're not the problem. The problem is owners who are irresponsible and let their cats roam unattended outdoors. They are attractants to the coyotes. When you guys voted on this and to approve it in 2017, Lieutenant Kent Smurl from Fish and Wildlife was here. He's now a retired lieutenant.
Mr. Duncan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Next speaker, Kenneth Batiste.
Hello, everybody. Giving honor to God and those on the council, serving God of the people. This city came in behind a blatant, outright corruption of Mayor Sadu. A lot of you ran on the campaign. We're going to campaign reform. We're going to do something about this. We're going to make sure this never happens again. Well, it's about to be October. We're about going into November. Campaign reform seems to be something that's behind everybody. You know what? If you don't learn from history, it's about to repeat itself again. It will repeat. The problem is, it's about the money. Money is it's the same thing that's got our nation in trouble. People are selling their souls. They're selling out. And they're selling out the masses and the masses are suffering. Homelessness in our city. Do y'all get out there and give meals? Do you talk to the homeless? It's 3 categories. Don't put them all in the category of they're all in drug addicts. No, you got mental health out there. You got financial instability. They're people. You may not value them, but God values their soul very much. So the thing of it is, a HUD. Why is Anaheim doing something for them? Where these people can go ahead and take a shower, they can wash their clothes, they can get a meal. Same thing that's happening in neighbor Orange. Why aren't we doing it here? You know what? I worked in juvenile hall for almost 25 years in East LA. First thing we did when a kid came in, we gave him a shower. Why? Because they would go and relax under the situation, a tense situation. If you want people to feel better about themselves, let them feel better from themselves from within. So, next thing. So the point is, this council, what have you done for the residents? What have you done to be a legacy what you have done for making a major difference to the residents of Anaheim. We are still in $3.5 billion in debt. We got all these union people. I wonder how they would feel about Sadu getting campaign, paying for, the city paying for the Anaheim Police Union president $1.2 million package that the city paid for, not the union members. I know they smell a rat. My point is this right here. We have to do better. We have to do better. And when we do better, when you do better, we do better. And all of a sudden, they try to concentrate everything on you to get you to act like you don't have a conscience.
Mr. Batiste, I'm sorry, your time is up.
I will close with this. Remember, your decisions affect so many. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive 6 electronic comments, 1 for item number 2, 4 for item number 6, and 1 for item number 23.
Thank you. So we are now going to close the public comment portion of this meeting and move on to our council communications. Are there council members with items to share? I'll start with Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief as I can. I'd like your indulgence if we could close the city council meeting tonight in remembrance of Dr. Howard Noel, longtime resident. The best I can say is he was an unparalleled supporter of the performing arts. He passed Sunday, surrounded by his family. He'd been ill for the last year, and I think most all of us recognize him. While there was from time to time some disagreement, he did a lot for a number of Anaheim nonprofits behind the scenes, and I wish his wife Linda well. I've been in their house many, many times. Other than that, a few things to mention. I think I'll make this quick, but there might be some slides. A number of us, although I wasn't able to, but I think you'll hear this from at least one more council colleague. Yes, we have the International Fencing Center just open in Anaheim. And this completely blew me away. We have a training facility here for Olympic level fencers. And fencers are, you know, the ones that use the, yes, on guard, those. And so I was very, very happy to see them open here in Orange County, especially Anaheim. And I think we'll hear more from a colleague. Next, if we got one more. We are holding, as I think everybody's aware, or should be aware, community meetings talking about our strategic plan. Our strategic plan is a sort of an overall direction of where the city needs to go in the future. We had a outreach event at the Sunkist Library this last Saturday, and that's my wife Susan. Susan and I both attended, and we cheered it on and talked to a number of the residents. Over to the lower, go back, lower right was our District 5 community meeting at First Methodist Church this last week, and I think, I'm not sure if that's me, but I did attend along with my council, or my city aides, and it was great to see about 45 of our neighbors there. And the last one is in my capacity as director of the Metropolitan Water District. We toured with 5 of our Anaheim Public Utilities Board members, Diamond Valley Lake, that's out in Hemet. I'm standing, by the way, next to a 12-foot diameter valve, not, you know, a half-inch diameter valve like in your house, but a 12-foot diameter valve, bigger than our building here. And that is our largest water reservoir in Southern California. The plumbing is rather complicated, but we're filling that now with Northern California water. We're not using too much Colorado River water, allowing Lake Mead to restore. And this is a great opportunity to show our Public Utilities Board members a little bit of the sort of what's behind the scenes. And in addition to that, November 2nd, some of our District 5 residents, I'll invite you to the Tampico Motel conversion, what we're calling it the wall breaking ceremony. The Tampico's at the corner of Lincoln and, Lincoln and State College, right? And the city purchased that this last year with a $5 million grant from State Senator Umberg, and we're going to get started on, converting that into affordable housing. And that will be on November 2nd, and that's all. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to share a couple of upcoming events for all Anaheim and Orange County residents to put them on the radar for folks. One of them is Veterans Day at La Casa Garcia. Frank Garcia is celebrating veterans from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on November 9th. All veterans will get a free meal, free to-go meal. So if you know of any veterans in the community, please let them know that there will be a celebration at La Casa Garcia. Mr. Garcia is aiming to feed 500 people, so we want to make sure that we get the word out. Want to invite everyone to save the date for this year's We Give Thanks Thanksgiving dinner that will be hosted at the Honda Center for its 37th year. This is an event that was also started by Mr. Frank Garcia just outside of his restaurant. They'll be back at the Honda Center this year, and they'll be sharing some additional details as we get closer, but wanted to make sure folks that they're aware of this opportunity to get a fresh, warm, free Thanksgiving meal on Thanksgiving Day. So that'll be Thursday, November 23rd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Honda Center. I want to thank everyone who came out to our Trunk or Treat event this past Friday. A special shout out to all our community partners who helped make it a reality, including the Anaheim Elementary School District, Brown Descents Car Club, Anaheim Car Club, Anaheim Clothing Company, Naranjeros Car Club, and Wave Enterprises. There was some really great costumes, a lot of excited parents and kids. I know we had our neighborhood services team out, as well as our strategic plan services, other city employees as well. So we actually had to do a couple of candy runs because we were running out. And so all in all, it was really just a fun time. Again, a really great opportunity for our community to come together and get into the fun Halloween spirit. So thank you again to everybody. Also want to give a thank you to the West Anaheim police team. I stopped by their Paint a Pumpkin event, had a great turnout over there. It's really great to have an opportunity to see our officers interact out with the community, to have kids come up to them and be able to ask them for a picture, to not be shy or scared to go up to them to say hello. So it's really great to see lots of awesome creativity there, and we're looking forward to next year as well. So again, shout out to our PD team out on the west side. And I'm hoping to see everyone at this weekend's Fall Festival and Parade. I know that there's a really great group of dedicated volunteers that have been working really tirelessly every weekend for the last few months. So we're looking forward to seeing all of their work come to fruition. A big shout out to them, and I'm looking forward to it. And then finally, just want to wish everyone a happy Halloween. I'll be doing some reverse trick-or-treating across the district, so keep an eye out. I might be knocking on your door with some candy for you. But I hope everyone has a safe and fun time, and we're looking forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
I'll make sure you have my address. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to mention that on Sunday, November the 4th at 4 o'clock, the folks that are trying to gather information regarding our strategic plan will be at the Anaheim Marketplace. So it's an opportunity, especially if you live in District 4, but across the city, and you want to stop by the Anaheim Marketplace and enjoy going through all their shops and getting some food. You'll also have a chance to give your input, if you haven't already, into the strategic plan. I really encourage the seniors to stop by as we're trying to improve our services for seniors. I would like all the support we can get, so make sure you stop by. I committed last meeting to highlighting an elementary school each meeting. I don't have any high schools in District 4, unfortunately, but we do have one junior high, but lots of elementary schools. This one is the Orange Grove Elementary School, the Tigers. The first photo is their principal, Dr. Marroquin. And Orange Grove has 605 students. They are a Spanish language dual immersion program. And they are very proud, and you'll see the picture on the side there, very proud of their new playground equipment, which they got just this last summer. But one of the things the school is the proudest of, the students have their own garden, and they grew their own pumpkins this year. So they were very, very proud of that. I got to ask them for gardening tips because I could never get a pumpkin to grow. But that is it for me. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. Teresa, we ready? All right. So every council meeting, I talk about small business. They provide jobs, they provide services, they occupy a place where they pay rent. So supporting small businesses is part of the community. That's what we should do. Today, I want to talk about Estrada's Grill. It's located at Lincoln and Magnolia, the corner. They open 7 days a week, 7 to 8 p.m. Dogs are allowed to, you can bring your own dog there. They're happy to provide water for the dog. Burgers, pastrami, carne asada, chile verde. It's a Latino-owned restaurant, so please support our small businesses, support our community. The customer service here is impressive. It's amazing. And again, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So go ahead and support our small businesses in the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks, and then our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just wanted to give another shout out to the strategic plan and make sure that everybody knows they don't have to come to one of these events. I believe it's online on our website. Is that correct, City Manager? Yes, yes, there's a questionnaire. There's a lot of people, or, some people come here, give us their input. I really encourage those people to go to the website, fill out the strategic plan, the questions there, and then everybody that doesn't make it to the meetings. We want to hear from everyone, and we're trying to reach out into the community as much as we can. And then I just wanted to follow up on the fencing. It was an amazing facility. I'd never been to a fencing facility before, but it is the premier fencing facility on the West Coast now. This organization's been in LA for 20 years, and now that they have this facility in Orange County, they had 2 Olympic champions there that were working with the kids, and they have a wonderful group of coaches. They have youth program lessons and adult programs. And I actually gave the information to our community services group to see if we could incorporate a partnership into our recreation classes. So really impressed by that facility, and unique opportunity for just another fitness opportunity in Anaheim. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking all of the public commenters who came out today. I know you already worked a full day, and the fact that you're part of the democratic process is something that I just want to commend you for, so thank you. I also want to recognize somebody who's leaving the city of Anaheim who has been instrumental, Lauren Torres. She's back there somewhere, but she's the behind-the-scenes person, and I don't know what we're going to do without her, but she's leaving the city of Anaheim, and hopefully after the comp and class study is completed, we'll lose less people to other cities. So that concludes my council comments.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to highlight a few events that we had. We had our first Mayor's Pumpkin Giveaway this week, where we gave out over 500 pumpkins to about 400 families. And just really wanted to give a shout out to our partners that made it possible. We had it at Northgate Market on La Palma, with also partners with West Coast Arborists, Paul Cott Realtors, as well as the OC Vibe. So thank you for helping us make that possible. Also had the police department there. We had our fire chief, which the kids always love, the big red fire truck, and getting to meet the actual chief, as well as public utilities, and the library was giving away books in both English and Spanish. So thank you so much for everyone that made that possible. Also, like to always try to highlight my fellow Libras. It was the 30th birthday of Wild Wing at the Honda Center. It's our 30th year, so I guess we're almost the same age. But just wanted to give a special shout out to Wild Wing on his birthday. Would like to highlight that last Friday, along with council members Diaz, Leon, Councilmember Fessel, we welcomed from our sister city the mayor of Mito, Japan. Our staff did a wonderful job showing them our city hall, the Mito Way, as well as the Friendship Garden outside this building, and having a nice lunch for the delegation of 10 people that were here visiting from our sister city. So thank you very much to the city manager's office, as well as city staff that put a lot of work into it. And I will give a special shout out to the first dude of Anaheim, my husband, who gave an amazing toast in Japanese to the delegation. So thank you to him for helping us put that on. Lastly, just wanted to highlight the commercial women in real estate. I was asked to do a welcome at their dinner on Friday. They had about 400 people attend this dinner, really highlighting the work of the women in what is traditionally a very male-dominated industry. So just want to say congratulations to all the Spire Award winners for the women in commercial real estate. So that is it for me. I would like to turn it over to the city manager for the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. In regards to the city's strategic planning project, if you go to anaheim.net, go to city administration in departments, go to communications, you will find the Survey Monkey survey where the public can engage on giving us feedback for this very worthwhile project. Note to staff, an easier place to find it on the landing page, please. So we'll make it a little easier for the public to navigate that survey after tonight's city council meeting. Other updates from the city manager, from the staff, from community services, the city's community services department will be hosting the 7th annual Dia de los Muertos, a night of community and culture event on Friday, November 3rd from 5 to 9:30 p.m. at the Pearson Park Amphitheater in collaboration with the Anaheim Community Foundation, the Samueli Foundation, Cal Optima, Anaheim School Districts. This event is hosted annually as a fundraiser for our Project Say youth development programs and brings together youth and families throughout the creation of colorful altars that are built and displayed to honor the memory of friends and family that have passed on. Anaheim Youth will be performing on the theater stage along with live mariachi, craft activities for the kids, and food trucks for all in attendance to enjoy. There is a beautiful night to experience with family and friends. We hope to see you there. Also, visit Founders Park on Saturday, November 4th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and celebrate Native Arts Festival with Anaheim Public Library. A part of the Anaheim Reads Literary Festival, this one-day celebration of Native art will feature artists and creators and will have something for the whole family. Pick up a copy of There by Tommy Orange from your local Anaheim Public Library branch to join along. And from Public Works, Mayor Council, before you tonight is item 10 on the council agenda to award a construction contract for approximately $1.2 million for the removal and replacement of damaged concrete at over 400 locations citywide. This project is one of many made possible by the council's vision to improve our neighborhoods, parks, and facilities. As part of this year's budget, the city council allocated $2 million to the Public Works Department budget to enhance the existing concrete rehabilitation program. Sidewalks, walkways, access ramps are a vital component to improve pedestrian mobility. This is the second year of a 5-year commitment from the City Council to provide additional funding to repair damaged concrete across our entire city. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So without, we are now going to recess the City Council to address the Housing Authority agenda. We have items 1 through 3 before us. Madam Clerk, just to clarify, is it possible to also pull some of these items for discussion?
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to pull item number 1. Does any other council members have anything that they would like to pull?
Move the ballot.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. oh, sorry, one moment, please.
Want to pull item 2?
Thank you. So can we have a new motion to move the balance of the,
And we'll move, yes, we'll approve 3.
So just move item number 3.
thank you. Apologies, council member. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays for item number 3 on the Housing Authority agenda.
Thank you. Wanted to just start with item number 1. Can you give us a brief description of this item?
Sure. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about a small but mighty program called the Senior Safety Net Program. The Senior Safety Net Program it first began due to the allowance of the City Council in 2020, so it's now 3 years old. It began with an idea that we needed to support our seniors in any way that we could. The direction was given from council, and at the time, we decided that the best that we should do is really begin with case management. Which is really establishing, working with our partners at community, in the Community Services Department, who has the long-standing reputation. We're working with our seniors. They provide all the support to the senior club, and through the Family Resource Centers have been actively working with our seniors. So we started with the thought that let's really get to know what the need of our seniors are, and that involved the conversation around case management. We also then learned as part of our deeper dive, and I think one of our slides will show what the needs of our seniors are, is that the program should be a little bit more robust. So the program that we came to the council with includes case management. It includes a small emergency program, which is really eviction prevention and rapid rehousing. And at the time, the way the program guidelines were written, we asked to be able to provide an amount of $3,000 per occurrence, and occurrence would be spaced out every 5 years, meaning that somebody could come for assistance for $3,000 should the case management reveal that that's what was necessary, and could not come back for another episode for another 5 years. And the $3,000 was really meant as emergency assistance in the event that somebody had inadvertently fell behind on the rent, perhaps due to a medical bill, a car repair, or just some inadvertent emergency situation that we know happens. And we know our seniors are on limited funds, so that assistance we thought would be meaningful and would keep people in place. And we also knew there were situations where potentially that money could help somebody move to a smaller place. Perhaps they had, their children had left, or some other life event had happened and they needed to downsize. So that's what that $3,000 was intended to do, and it would be awarded based on a case management conversation. We also, through that process, understood that there would be other seniors who needed more assistance because many of our seniors are on fixed income. And so while there is a segment of the population where we may be able to offer them our workforce programs, our workforce development, to either upskill or gain entry to other training opportunities, we thought that our senior population was probably less likely to be in that group. So we also coupled this with a program called the tenant-based rental assistance. And at the time, what that would do is provide rental assistance for 6 months, with the ability to extend up to 12 months while staff looked for other housing opportunities, which could have involved our Section 8 program, or perhaps helping to reconnect with family, or other potential solutions. We were also at the time building El Verano, which is our senior development in District 5. Yes, so we knew we had a number of options on the table that would provide an avenue to continue to help seniors. The second page of our report, really, when we started with, like I said, it's a small but mighty program. The case management was really funded using community development block grant funds, the public service component of that program. And we committed $45,000 to help fund a staffer in Shawnee Shop and Community Services. And that person is located here at our downtown community center. But information about the Senior Safety Net program was more widely cast so that other family resource centers or other access point for our seniors understood that there was somebody that they could call or a place to start asking for help. And what we've learned is some of the help that people have needed is sometimes food, utility assistance, maybe referrals to healthcare, such as the CalOptima enrollment or what have you, in addition to housing. The housing set aside, that emergency pot that we started out with an initial 250K, and we augmented it using some money that came from the state for homeless prevention and intervention. So eventually we got to $500,000 in that pot, and we've expended it almost. We're down to about, I think, 50K, which is why we're here before you tonight. And same thing with the home program. The home program also helped us to provide longer assistance for some of our seniors, and we're now down to about 40K there, which is also why we're here tonight. So the purpose of our report is really, one, to highlight how the program has been funded through these various different sources, and where we intend to, where we're asking for funding to continue the program. We will continue, we're asking to continue to provide the community development block grant dollars to continue that case management. We are asking for 2 sources of money to be placed into that emergency fund that will bring that fund up to $1 million. And we're also asking to increase the amount that we're able to give per episode from $3K to to $5,000. And that's because the last 3 years has really shown us that security deposits cost a little bit more. The cost of living has increased, and we think that amount will be a little bit more meaningful, provide a little bit more help. And then we're also lastly asking to increase the time that somebody can be on the tenant-based rental assistance program from 6 months with an extension to 12 to the full 24 months that the HUD federal regulations allow us to do. And that is because we, as staff, as I mentioned, one of the main things that we're trying to do is find alternatives for those that are on fixed income so that they do land in a stable situation. And so 24 months does give us more bandwidth to search for opportunities as they become available or as we increase partnerships. To date, that money that was the initial investment in the Senior Safety Net program, we were able to help 254 seniors through case management. Of that 254, a subset ended up in our emergency assistance program, and then a subset of that in our tenant-based rental assistance program. And so the money that we're diverting will come from a couple of pots. One is the housing set-aside funds, which are funds of the former redevelopment agency that the Housing Authority now manages. We are allowed to use up to $250K of that money annually for eviction prevention and diversion. And the other 500K will come from the developer voluntary contribution fees that we've been able to collect since 2020 here. And we are now at about half a million. So together, that provides a source of funding for the $1 million that we intend to put in that emergency prevention fund. I will end by saying that the Senior Safety Net is unique to Anaheim. When we first were looking to establish this program, we did do extensive outreach to neighboring cities and way beyond, up and down the coast, to see if there was a model that we can borrow for this type of intervention. We found very limited information, a small program in Santa Monica, and then some other little small intervention program at all places, Laguna Woods. So while it is perhaps by the scope of some of the programs that we manage, such as the Section 8 program, which is a significant program, a small program. We do think that it is a very meaningful program, and so we are asking tonight for your support in continuing to fund our efforts to help seniors.
Thank you. I just really wanted to highlight this because I am very thankful for you guys for being creative and for being able to pivot at that time. I think it's really says something that we're one of the only cities to have a senior safety net program. And while it was being funded with programs like HAP dollars, we are now seeing those types of funds not focusing or allowing us to use those funds for homelessness prevention and eviction prevention, but they are going to be more targeted to people that are already in a state of being unhoused. So I'm really looking forward to being able to fund this program and find a better long-term solution. Could you go back to the slide that was more of a demographic slide? I mean, one of the things that I want to highlight as well is that Anaheim has the largest population of seniors over the age of 65, and it is going to continue to grow. The ranks are going to continue to grow. So I wanted to ask if we have ever done a plan on aging, evaluating the needs and the population of those in our community over the age of 55.
So anticipating your question, I did reach out to my colleague, Shawnee Larson-Cash, and Shawnee has informed me that she is actually in the process of working with the Anaheim Community Foundation to begin the discussions to have that type of robust analysis and strategic planning. Her shop does oversee the Community Senior Center, so she's joined us, so maybe I'll just turn it over to her.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and speak on this. I can let you know that our department has participated in the needs assessment on a county-wide committee, and so we have been involved in those types of assessments. Additionally, we also are doing our own internal assessments through our facilities for a wide variety of topics, including our senior services. We do those every couple of years, and so we have ongoing information that way. However, we do feel it's really important and the time is right to conduct a citywide strategic needs assessment for our seniors. I can let you know that we are actually in conversations right now with the Anaheim Community Foundation for a joint partnership in trying to accomplish this, and I hope to have some news to share with you in the very near future on that topic.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited to hear that. I didn't know that. Because I think one of the things that's really helpful is I'm so supportive of this program, but I think it would be nice to have an internal report on all of the programs, all of the funds throughout all of the departments that we are devoting towards seniors, and then taking that next step to assess, is it enough? Are there areas of need in the city of Anaheim for seniors that we are not addressing? So having this similar to the county's strategic plan on aging, having a comprehensive document of everything we are doing and potentially what we need to do would be extremely helpful. So I look forward to seeing how that partnership goes. So thank you so much for that. And I also wanted to know, do we currently, and I know Grace, you put something together for me on homelessness. Do we have an internal document that we can put together that is a storytelling document about all of the programs and funding and resources that we currently devote to seniors?
We can work on something like that in collaboration with Shawnee's team, because she really is the boots on the ground when it comes to delivery of senior services, but we'd be happy to collaborate with her. We don't have anything, and I know Shawnee just left, so I would assume that she doesn't either. So we can work on that together.
Thank you. I would love to see that come. I wanted to turn it over also. That's the end of my questions. I wanted to turn it over to Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for being creative, thinking out of the box on how you're going to pool that money together to provide that safety net for our seniors. Question, this money that you're asking us to approve now, how long will that last?
So with Sandy and I, our team looked at that together, and based on history, we believe that $1 million in our emergency fund could last optimistically up to 3 years. We're making a similar commitment of $1 million in our tenant-based rental assistance to match that for. It will be dependent on things like how much rent is and other needs, but definitely what's going into that second tranche, that emergency pot, which is the not to exceed $5,000. We do believe, based on current projections, that it could last that. But this is also it is also highly dependent on how many people actually need the services. And we do know, one of the reasons that we showed you the demographic slide is because that we do know that that is one of the largest growing demographics is our seniors, and we are seeing more need in that population.
Yes, growing population, more need in the population because of increased costs, including rent, but also as we publicize and publicly talk about the program and what you offer, I'd imagine there are going to be people that are just learning about it and will be reaching out to you. So at least, though, it gives us time, combined with the work Shawnee's department is doing on the needs assessment for the population, our strategic plan, and then the budget for that we'll be working on next spring, we'd have enough information then to align everything.
That would be correct, and also under Sandy's leadership, our grants management team, as you've heard me say many times, we turn every leaf, we shake every cushion, and they are always looking for opportunities to fund programs, whether they're existing or they're unique. And so I think even in speaking with all of you here at the dais, we are hoping that as the county focuses more on the aging population, that there will also be opportunities at the state and the federal level for programming that perhaps doesn't currently exist, but as the need evolves, that programs will start to come to fruition.
And I'm hopeful that as those levels, state, federal, and county, see how serious Anaheim is about putting together programs to help our senior population, that they will also open pocketbooks a little bit so we can reach out to our legislators as we work through some of these. But thank you very much for the work that you do with that. I look forward to doing anything I can to support that, and so that we are building a good plan for the future of our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to reiterate some of the points that were made before. I think someone said it during public comment, that the importance of making sure that we're taking care of our seniors, especially as a growing population, making sure that they have the peace of mind as residents here in our city that we're taking care of them. So I want to thank you and all the staff that are working on this to ensure that we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
And I just want to attest to the fact that you have actually helped a couple of people in my district get housing who were homeless. So just when I get calls from people who are unhoused and I reach out to Grace, she swiftly takes action and was able to house a woman named Maria, which we featured here a couple months ago. So thank you for that. With that, I would like to move this item.
Thank you. We have a motion to move item number 1.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Kurtz. Please. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Diaz, would you like to, before we vote, make a comment?
Sure. So when a senior came to us in need, we have a case manager. That case manager study the situation, I recommend, and put the senior in a plan specifically for that person. Have we ever turned a senior away that came to us in need?
In my recollection, we have not. The front-facing person is always community services, and I know from working with that team that they move mountains to try to help people. I think the only time that we've had an issue that I recall recently is because a senior lived in unincorporated Anaheim. And that was a tough situation, and people don't always understand that there is a boundary between Anaheim and the county, but that is the only situation that I can recall. And we have managed to help a lot of people stay housed. We've moved people from cars into Alvarado. We've put them in motels. I can attest to the fact that, as many of you have, Sandra is on call, it seems like 24/7, and when something happens, she figures it out.
I knew the answer, but I wanted to, people that hear the answer. We have never turned away a senior that came to us asking for help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
So item number 2 was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Do you wish to have a full staff report, or would you have a specific question?
I guess it's a question. I don't need a full staff report. But for the first time on an agenda, I see the words Anaheim Housing Trust, and I got very excited about it. This item talks about the creation of an Anaheim Housing Trust. Can you elaborate on that?
Certainly. I will like to start by prefacing that we have been working on an instrument by which there could be greater participation in our affordable housing efforts, philanthropy, business community, just other folks that have said, you know, I see the situation and I would like to help. And so the creation of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund does also appear in our housing element documents as one of the strategies that we would like to implement. There are currently 2 trust funds already in Orange County. Councilman Fessel sits on the Orange County Housing Finance Trust, which we affectionately call the Government Trust. And that was created for the purpose of bringing forth with a goal of 2,400 permanent supportive housing units. Those are specific housing to help the homeless. We also have a business trust fund, which on occasion Disney has parked some money in, and we've been able to borrow gap financing, for example, at Buena Esperanza and Finamore. That's last mile funding. So when we're talking about an Anaheim trust, we're really talking about a vehicle that would give us some flexibility to do more than just gap financing. When we look at the history of the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Community Development Department, the way that we have done affordable housing is really by assembling land, buying land, and then creating the opportunity to be able to put that affordable housing forward. So we would want a vehicle that would allow us the flexibility to use some funds to purchase land, to finance land. We've also heard from the dais several times, we should be paying attention to things like homeownership opportunities. Right now it's limited based on some leftover state dollars that we have. A flexible fund would allow us to do some things that are done in our other jurisdictions using an affordable housing fund. So it really is a way to, a vehicle for accepting the partnership, financial partnership of other folks that then would allow us to really put out some different types of products that address the whole range of affordable housing. You know, how it's governed, who participates, that's all to be determined down the line. This is really just the beginning of creating an instrumentality.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
So if we had the housing trust set up, and let's just say we had a very profitable business that lives in our city contribute annually to this, would we be able to use some of the redevelopment land that we already have to build on?
That would be the goal. The goal would be to use some of that money for gap financing. One of the ways that we become the most competitive at the state is to insert our own local dollars. We do that now with the money that we got from the redevelopment agency, but as I've shared previously, there will come a date certain where that money dries up. So having a trust where there are other funds available allows us to continue to build and be more diverse in the product that we build.
I was happy to see this on the agenda because I think it was something that we requested at a prior meeting as an agenda item for discussion. So timing is good. What's the urgency?
So for staff, the urgency to create any vehicle that helps us advance our affordable housing efforts, we place high priority on this. The reason it's coming before you tonight is that there is a grant opportunity that provides an opportunity for us to avail ourselves potentially of what I would affectionately say other people's money to advance our efforts. As I said in the Senior Safety Net program, I will look for, my team will look for any opportunity to advance our efforts. So we, as I indicated, we've been working on this for some time. We will continue to work on this irrespective of whether we're awarded, but we certainly would welcome the opportunity to have the federal, to be awarded the Pro Housing Grant and to use that money to help advance our efforts.
And I support this item 100%. And I just want to also mention that I was part of the organization that implemented the Business Housing Trust through NeighborWorks. They were the financing arm of the business. So I'm interested in seeing what this looks like from just from an operational standpoint and from the governance part of how it's implemented and rolled out, what the board looks like. I just don't want it to be overcomplicated like the Public Housing Trust, which never gives any money out.
We will come back, like I said, we are working on this instrumentality, but all of those decisions, they're yet to be decided, and obviously we will, as a policy body, you will inform how that happens.
Fantastic. And we do have a housing ad hoc committee that is currently inactive that might be able to take this on. So just to mention, thank you.
Thank you. I had one question, well, with two subparts, sorry. But I wanted to ask, what is the amount of loss annually that the city lost when they got rid of redevelopment?
I'm going to ask Kevin Clausen to answer that, mainly because he's been working on this in earnest for us and knows the answer very well.
Thank you, Grace. So a great question. So the redevelopment agency up to 2010 was bringing in roughly $60 million a year. And of that, 30% was coming to affordable housing development. So it's approximately $15 million that was a hole that was created when redevelopment went away.
Thank you. And do we have a mechanism currently in place for developers in our city to help us fund affordable housing?
We do have a resolution that states that Anaheim is committed to advancing affordable housing, and so under that resolution, the staff does meet with developers and does review how to advance affordable housing. Through that effort, we have had a number of developers who are going through a general plan amendment offer a voluntary contribution, and that voluntary contribution then is parked in a specific account. So that is how we receive that money. There is a specific account in which that is deposited. And tonight, that's where you allowed us to use the funding for the Senior Safety Net program.
And do we, so if developers, do we envision, I guess, the Anaheim Housing Trust to that be the proper vehicle if developers choose to participate in this voluntary program? Would they be then giving money to the Housing Trust, or would it still remain in a separate account? Or is that, we don't know yet?
Yeah, that's all to be determined. I think our hope would be that maybe we can have some discussion about that voluntary program, and maybe as part of the discussions about the trust fund, there's more clarity on how that all works.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, do we have a motion to move item number 2?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the governing board of the Anaheim Housing Authority authorizing the use of $2 million in low and moderate income housing assets to make a 50.3 match to the Pro Housing Grant funding, authorizing the executive director of the Anaheim Housing Authority or designee to administer the low and moderate income funds on behalf of the Anaheim Housing Authority and act as the agent of the Housing Authority in all matters concerning the Pro Housing Grant funding. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Thank you. So without objection, we will adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council consent calendar. Items 4 through 18 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? I'm going to start with Council Member Kurtz.
I'd like to pull item 7.
What's item? 7. Thank you. Item 7. Councilmember Meeks.
Item 15.
Item 15, thank you very much. Councilmember Diaz.
Item 14.
Item 14, thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba?
I was pulling 14 and 15, so thank you to my council colleagues for that.
Okay, wonderful. So do we have a motion and a second to move the remainder?
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Fessel with a second from Councilmember Leon. Please vote.
And this is the approval of the consent calendar with the removal of item number 6, as that's been removed from tonight's council agenda.
Oh, thank you for that reminder. We are going to start with item number 7, which was pulled.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just a quick, that would be with a 7-0 vote on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. Sorry to step on your toes. So item number 7 was pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Do you wish to have a full staff report?
No, I just actually want to make a comment. We're accepting funding from the state of California, but I want to point out that it is former council member Avelino Valencia and now Assembly member Avelino Valencia that went to bat for the city to secure that $1.5 million that will be used at the Anaheim Mobile Family Resource Center program. And I want to publicly thank the Assembly member for that funding.
Thank you very much for highlighting that, Councilmember Kurtz. Do we have a motion and a second to move item number 7?
I'll make a motion to move item number 7.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The next 2 items concern our Anaheim Police Department, so I'm going to welcome our chief up to the seating area, starting with item number 14 that was pulled by Council Member Diaz. Would you like a full staff report?
I just have a couple of questions. Sure. So one of the foundations of our country is the Bill of Rights. We have the Bill of Rights that provide, guarantee a series of freedoms. I'm talking specifically the Second Amendment. First question is, it is to enforce court orders, right? Okay. So do we have the guarantee that no Anaheim resident will lose the Second Amendment right, the right of self-defense, without a court order?
If you believe in our judicial system, all rights will be considered when court orders are made, including the rights of that individual's to Second Amendment right to bear arms. So of course, if there's a court order, those issues will have been vetted. And the following program that the chief is seeking to be a part of would be merely part of the enforcement component of that.
Thank you. That's, as strong as I believe in the Second Amendment, I also understand that some people that are a danger to themselves or society, they shouldn't have firearms. That's a given. With that assurance, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Chief, can I please get a staff report on this item?
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Rick Armendariz, Chief of Police. We are requesting that the City Council by motion approve this memorandum of understanding between the Superior Court of California, Orange County, and the City of Anaheim. This is a 2-year pilot program, domestic violence program, specifically looking at collaborating with the courts and assisting them in assuring that those individuals that are prohibited from carrying a firearm or possessing a firearm, whether it's through a gun violence restraining order or a temporary restraining order, often related to domestic violence situations, that we are able to assist the courts in assuring that those firearms are safely removed from those individuals that are not. The method and operation of how we're going to do that is many different folds, through education, prevention, awareness. Oftentimes individuals are not aware that they are no longer able to, whether temporarily or permanently, possess a firearm. So our avenue is primarily through the education, prevention, and providing avenues where individuals can surrender those firearms in a safe manner. So this is a collaboration, again, as I mentioned, a pilot program collaboration with the courts, and we're requesting that the memorandum of understanding be approved.
Thank you. As a gun safety family, I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that our law enforcement agency is always ahead of the game when it comes to collaboration with our other, with the courts. So thank you for working on this and making our city safer. So I just wanted to make sure that we understood exactly what this grant was funding in the city, and it sounds like it's something that's going to be helpful in terms of keeping not only our community safe, but also our police officers and victims of domestic violence in these cases. So thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz, would you like to move the item? And then we need a second.
I would like to move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item is pulled by Councilmember Meeks. Item 15, would you like a staff report?
I just have a couple of questions on it. I was excited to see that we were getting some funding to address the epidemic of retail theft. It's certainly become a problem. Our small businesses, our big businesses, they're all victims of this. This is not a victimless crime where we're just going to go take things. And we're getting $6 million from the state over several years. So there's a couple of questions I have. One of the things in the staff report says there's going to be use of 2,500 hours of overtime, but it also says that we're adding some staff. I'm not sure why we're relying so heavily on the overtime when it's a multi-year grant. And certainly if we stopped getting that money, hopefully we could assimilate those new bodies into our department. So maybe not using so many hours of overtime and hiring the adequate staff might be the better position on that. And then just, it's more of an editorial comment, but it's frustrating to see the state handing out money without addressing the systemic cause of this and not changing the laws to make some of these crimes a felony. And these criminals know the value of the merchandise they're stealing and keeping it under, whatever, $950 and making this only a misdemeanor so that they're out the next day doing it again. Really frustrating, and would like to hear from you as to what efforts are being made to hopefully get the state to address that part of the problem, not just throwing money at it and paperwork.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Meeks. It's a great question. I'm actually excited to speak about this topic. This is a $6 million grant, and obviously something that our staff, specifically our budget staff, as well as our investigators, worked hard on. We're excited that this will bring 3 full-time officers with this funding to our organization. In addition to adding 3 officers that are specifically going to be focusing on organized retail theft, we are actually adding a crime analyst as well. So we're going to be utilizing this funding for 4 FTEs, full-time employee positions, 3 officers and 1 crime analyst. And the reason why that's important is because we want to be strategic in how we address this issue. In addition to the staffing, we are also looking at enhancing equipment, whether it's technology with cameras, license plate readers, working with retail stores, and eventually, hopefully, able to use their existing cameras and tie them into our real-time crime center. So we're really excited about the innovation that our investigators are looking at. In addition to that, educating retail stores, loss prevention, on things they can do to prevent, to make, for lack of a better term, harden the target of their retail stores, both the national retail stores as well as the small mom and pop stores that are also victims of theft. So it's not only the staffing that this money is going to be used for, it's the equipment, technology, and really the education component as well. So hopefully that answers the first portion of the question. In regards to the second question, with the California Police Chiefs Association, the California Peace Officers Association, they are looking at it citywide as far as what can we do as a state for law enforcement to better adhere, better address these kind of ongoing issues. And there is legislation that's in the work, but generally when it comes to addressing legislation issues like that, it's done through the California Police Officers Association or the California Police Chiefs Association.
I appreciate those answers. That's great. I hope we have some luck with this state, and I think the rest of the council and I support any efforts that we can help with as we struggle with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd like to echo those comments. I mean, this is something that you hear from mayors and city councils up and down the state about actually, finding some of the root causes of this and addressing those. Councilmember Fessel, and then Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I had a 50-year retail career in, retail hardware and building materials, all for small family-run companies. And so I appreciate very much the fact that you're going to also include not only the national retailers, but the small mom and pops as well. It used to be that, loss maybe of a 1.5 or something was, you just expected that. Now the loss is, 5 points and above. And literally in some types of retail, there is nothing left, terms after you pay all the expenses and everything. So it's very, very important that the training at the retail level be thorough and, again, because there's great turnover in retail, you may have to, reach these retailers again and again and again. There's a number of retailers in Anaheim that I'm very well aware of that don't even do anything now, and they just watch the people walk out with product because they may not know what to do or are concerned, for their own safety. So I think it's very, very important that this project moves ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba, and then Councilmember Leon.
So as part of your training and education, will you also be training and providing additional education for your dispatchers? Because I do get feedback from some of our businesses that when they do report some of these thefts, they're either told that, we can't do anything about it. They're discouraged from calling. Is there going to be some sort of an educational aspect to that? The one thing I want to make sure we're not doing is discouraging our businesses or even people who are in the community who witness these things from occurring, from being prevented from reporting these crimes, because it's difficult for us to know what's occurring if you guys are not taking the report.
No, that's a great question, and I can reassure that part of this grant is obviously with the staffing is educating, as you mentioned, our own internal staff as to what the intent, what the focus is, and what the direction is. And in addition to the training, I did not mention this, but this will also include monthly meetings with not only retail stores, but also law enforcement, both internally as well as neighboring agencies, being able to share information. If there's a string of robberies or incidents occurring in a nearby city, we would like to know about that so we can educate retailers about the possibility of that crime occurring, of those individuals coming into our city. So there is going to be a lot of collaboration, a lot of intelligence sharing, information sharing, and just to your point, kind of that retraining both externally and internally as far as what the intent, the vision, and the direction is and what our hopes are.
And this pilot program, Councilmember Meeks mentioned the overtime and budgeting for additional sworn officers. So is this something that the pilot program will allow you to assess, so when we are revisiting budgets and you come to us, we can actually approve additional police officers if it's necessary? We'll have the data to review that or to...
Yeah, and I apologize, I did not cover the question Councilmember Meeks brought up about overtime, so I'm glad you brought it up again. So part of the ability to be able to utilize overtime is, especially as the holiday seasons come about, we do provide extra patrol at our shopping centers, whether it's on bicycle, on horseback, that visual presence. So it is important for us to be able to have a certain set of overtime money put aside for those additional high visibility. Also during this grant program, there are going to be circumstances where we identify a organized retail theft ring, and we're going to have additional officers conduct those investigations, whether it's ongoing surveillance, whether it's doing search warrants. So there are going to be incurred additional costs, so it's important when we look at something as significant as this pilot program to be able to have some overtime built in to be able to use that and not tap the general fund for this overall mission and the pilot program.
And will this grant also allow for additional patrols? You and I have had this conversation about my district in particular, which is where City Hall is located. And we have a lot of businesses on Anaheim Boulevard that continue to get, for lack of a better word, just to hit every week. And it doesn't rise to the level of a felony. Will that allow for visibility of law enforcement in the area? Because I do believe that does prevent crime from happening if they see law enforcement in the area.
That's a great point. Our ultimate goal is to reduce the retail theft, and we would love to do that through intervention and prevention. Listen, if we can prevent a business from becoming victims, that's the ultimate goal. So if we can do that through prevention, whether it's high visibility of our officers, whether on horseback, whether on bicycles, whether on foot in shopping centers, whether it's additional cameras with the blinking light blue lights that we see along Beach Boulevard, any kind of visual deterrent that we can think of. Our investigators have a slew of ideas, and a lot of the things, is something that's additional that we want to incorporate, and this is one of the questions that was brought up, is what about the porch pirates? How can we address that? So there's innovative things with technology, with GPS trackers putting out, false empty boxes with the GPS in front of residences where people can pick up. So there's a lot of things that this team is very excited to move forward on, but the overall goal is to prevent people from becoming victims. And so hopefully that answers your question as far as what our intent and vision is.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And you mentioned the program that I was going to bring up. So your community police team always mentions that, but there's not enough I guess, just resources to go around to actually support the effort. So glad to hear that that'll be part of this as well. I completely support this, and I'm glad that you think outside of the box, and your leadership team and your grants team is actually going after funds to help supplement the budget that you already have allocated to law enforcement. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question, Chief. So with the addition of these employees, what does that take us to in terms of full-time sworn officers and full-time staff?
So we're very fortunate with the support from this council and obviously the leadership of our city that we are currently at 430 sworn, and with this, there will be an additional 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you. So Chief, the crime is the triangle of crime, right? Opportunity, ability, desire. This address two of those portions of the triangle. The other portion is removing the individual out of the triangle, and then the crime stops. So I'm glad you're participating in the bigger picture here, which is eventually to repeal Proposition 47 and 57. That's the whole nightmare was created by those two propositions. Even most of the homeless is created by those two propositions. So a portion of the solution is this one. The other portion of the solution is working towards eliminating Proposition 47 and 57. When we achieve that, California is going to move forward tremendously. Thank you, Chief, for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could keep us informed if there's any legislation that the Peace Officers Association is trying to advance, if you could keep us up to date on any of that, that would be helpful. With no further comments, Councilmember Meeks, would you like to move item 15?
Yes, I will move item 15 for approval.
Do we have a second? Councilmember Leon seconds. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim ratifying the submission of a grant application and the acceptance of a grant on behalf of the City of Anaheim for fiscal year 2023 Board of State and Community Corrections Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant Program, authorizing the chief or his designee to execute all required grant documents and increasing the budget for fiscal year 2023-24 accordingly. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to our business calendar. I'd like to take an item out of order since I know we have some folks here who have already worked a full day and are in the audience to hear the conclusion of it. So if we could bring up item number 23, it's the consideration of an ordinance to require subcontractors to disclose recent labor code violations when obtaining a business license. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I would ask for a staff report from Director White, who is making his way down to the chambers.
Apologies, Director White.
Good evening. Yes, this is the item 23 is an ordinance amending Title 3, Chapter 3 of the Municipal Code related to requirements for subcontractors. So currently when a contractor pulls a building permit prior to final building and zoning inspections, they are required to submit a subcontractors list to the city for really, it's for revenue, looking at just people who are conducting business within the city to pull a business license. So that's kind of the main purpose of the ordinance. This would change the timing of the requirement to submit a subcontractors list to prior to the issuance of a building permit. And it's important to note this would only apply to businesses or construction projects that are over 20,000 square feet if it's a commercial, or more than 20 units if it's residential. And then what it does is it adds essentially a column to that subcontractors list that would require subcontractors to disclose any pending or confirmed labor code violations. We wouldn't provide any further oversight. It would just simply be the disclosure of those pending or confirmed labor code violations. And then there are penalty provisions that are associated with providing the incorrect information or not providing that information to the city.
Thank you, Director White. I wanted to bring this forward to have a conversation just about being transparent about who is working within our city. In a past life, having dealt with a lot of things on our facilities committee at the Orange County Fair Board. It unfortunately more often, fortunately would happen that by the time we detected when we had somebody on our property that was in violation or was not following all of the rules that we set forth on a project, by the time we would find out, they would be gone, they would dissolve the company. The same principals might then reopen shop as another company. And so I think this really helps us address who is working in our city at the beginning of the project as opposed to the end. So I'm really supportive of having this type of item change in our city. Wanted to just open it up for questions or comments, starting with Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Kurtz.
I have a couple of procedural questions because, as the mayor indicated, on city projects, or in her case, the Fair Board projects, we do have a verification process, and our contract administrators check the state website and make sure that everyone's licenses is current and things like that. In this case, you're indicating that this form will be filled out by the primary contractor with listing all of his subs prior to the issuance of a building permit, and it'll check a box or note any violations or pending violations. But then there's a penalty if that information isn't correct. So how then is that identified as being incorrect? I guess I mean, that information is readily available on the state website. Anybody can access it with the contractor's license number. So how are we inserting ourselves in that process, and what kind of burden does that put on our staff?
We're not planning to insert ourselves into that process. The ordinance talks about, completing the forms subject to penalty of perjury, and we would not be, looking any further into whether they are, creating that as accurate information or not. They're required to disclose that. That would be we would be enforcing based on complaints. If something were to be, pointed out to us, then we would force that, but it would again only be the fact that they are representing themselves with misinformation. There may be we can look at the state contractors licensing board website as well at the time. There's some of that, but primarily we're trying to minimize this and not make it a large burden on staff here. There already will be additional time spent by staff because we do anticipate that contractors will be needing to come multiple times to the city in order to update subcontractors' lists as subcontractors are expanded throughout a project. So at the time of building permit issuance, it would be somewhat atypical for a contractor to have all their subcontractors in place. And so as the project moves forward, we would expect that this subcontractors list would need to be updated multiple times to reflect as more subcontractors are brought on.
Right, or subcontractors change as a big project moves forward.
Correct.
Often those things change, which was another one of my questions that you brought up, because the staff report says there's no budgetary impact. And I mean, as much as we're not going to give you more money to do this, there will be staff time. This is an additional burden that will be on your staff. Is there a process where contractors can update that information electronically, or do they need to come in and, come to the counter and update that every time a subcontractor changes?
They would need to come into the counter and update that, yes. And that will be additional time from staff.
Yeah. Is there a way that we can have that opportunity for them to do it remotely, electronically?
Yeah, we are looking at furtherance of just in general in terms of contractors licensing and things like that, being able to provide those services online. However, there would still be the staff time in order to check it, process it, et cetera. Whether it wouldn't save any staff time necessarily, whether it's online or not, because it wouldn't be an automated requirement. We'd still need to process it.
Yeah, I mean, and so it's a burden on staff. It's a burden on the contractor too, to be paying to send someone down to the city and wait in whatever, queuing we have out there, which hopefully isn't too bad. I haven't seen it too bad, but certainly want to make it as streamlined as possible. The other issue that I have on here is the pending violations. And, that the status of that clearly is going to change throughout the construction of the project if it's a long project, which these are large projects. I'm a little bit reluctant to include pending violations and having more of a clear cut, you have a violation against you or you don't have a violation against you. But kind of because somebody filed something yesterday, now I've got to put this on here and it may be meritless. I would prefer to just have actual violations as part of this requirement. So those are my comments right now.
And if it, that fix could be addressed this evening with the elimination of really 3 words, pending and or would be removed from the ordinance. So it would simply read, shall disclose any final determinations pursuant to state or federal labor code violations.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. I think I heard Mr. Hanna say when he spoke that that issue was addressed and being taken care of. May I ask, Mr. Hanna, if that's correct?
Thank you, Councilwoman. And yes, that has been resolved. That's going to be addressed and changed. And I believe in the so for assuming this passes at a first reading, then in the second reading we'll have that change.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, this would be at the direction of City Council in order to direct that change to occur.
Okay.
And this can be done as part of the first reading this evening.
Yes.
As part of the first reading, it was my understanding that just to address those kinds of concerns, that we would be changing the word pending to enforcement actions. Can you speak as to why that change was made and why that's important?
So the enforcement actions are really what we're looking at. A lot of times there are pending, and over the length of, if you've got a long construction project, you'll have that change. And, this is really kind of, I want to emphasize, Councilwoman Meeks, a lot of this is for the protection of the general contractor, who may not be aware of this. They're not always going searching on the state contractor's license for any of the subs. And if it's pending, it's something that they may want to know. For us, we think it's valuable information, but if the council has some concern, we don't, what I was saying is we prefer it the way we put it in. But if the council isn't comfortable with that, we're not going to object to that change. I think what's going to happen is, and I don't really think, to address the other issue, once this, other cities have found, have made this change, that it's not adding any significant staff time at all, because they have gone to online adaption for this ordinance. So I think this is, what we're trying to do is make it workable, and if the council wants to make a change tonight, that modification, we're not going to object to it. But if we find that it becomes a real problem, that you've got a lot of pending, and the GCs, the general contractors, are telling us, we didn't know about it, and we can say, well, it was pending, but it's not in there. So if you make that change, we might come back if we think that Anaheim residents have a right to know about the pending. But again, it's not anything that we want to have stopped or divided. We'd like to see united council on this. This is a message. Remember, the general contractor it's not preventing them from getting, from using these subcontractors. What this is it allows the general contractor to be informed, and most importantly, you, the council and staff, and the whole city, who's doing business in our town. And I think if you want to just start with and make that modification, we'll be okay with that. But we think the original was a more preferred. So I'm going to leave that up to you as to how you want to do it.
Thank you. Did you have another question, council member?
I do. My glasses to ask the question. The ordinance says something to the fact that unqualified rights to suspend or revoke building permits. I think that was mentioned by Mr. White from the BIA. I'm assuming that if someone calls a violation to your attention, you don't immediately stop a job. Can you tell me what in practicality you would do?
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, it's important to note that this language here is actually directly from the building code. This ordinance would not increase or decrease the ability of the building official to suspend or revoke a building permit. And so, yes, to your point, if there were a violation of this ordinance, we would typically start. Our plan would be to begin with our typical municipal code violation, a courtesy notice, followed by a notice of violation. If we didn't gain compliance there, then we would move to a civil notice of violation, which would be the first notice that would have any kind of penalty, starting with a low penalty of $100, et cetera, and kind of move through our graduated enforcement process, same as we would any other violation of the municipal code. So this would need to be an egregious situation for this to ever come into place, and frankly, by the code, it would need to be based on the building official would be required to make that determination ultimately, but it would need to be based on just false information or something fairly egregious for this to ever come into place. I believe that this language was recommended by the carpenters, really as a way of sort of making sure that the worst case scenario would be documented. The reality is this is no greater or lesser authority or power granted to the building official.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fessel, and then Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We've heard a lot tonight about the subs and the contractors, the general contractors. However, we haven't heard anything about the developers. I think this is a great protection for the developers, for crying out loud. I think all of us probably at one time or another know somebody that is in the development community that has got a project underway, and all kinds of things were found once the project got started, deficiencies, with the contractors, one type or another. I think this is a great ultimate protection for the developer, and I haven't heard that discussed yet, but that's why I'm supportive of this. And again, our contractor brothers are certainly, we want to make sure that they toe the line, but if I was a developer, I would want to make sure, certainly, that the contractors and especially the subs, I know the contractor that I'm dealing with, but then we get the subs involved and it gets become more distant and more distant and more distant from the actual developer themselves. And I think this is a great way of protecting the project and the developer in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So I first will start out by saying thank you for creating or bringing in an ordinance that'll help with transparency. Second, I will mention, though, I'm a big believer in due process, so I do have a major issue with the pending part of it. And I think I've expressed that to everybody. I've talked to multiple people about that. So if we remove that language, I would be more in favor of supporting this. I do believe that it's not fair, for lack of a better word, just to keep it simple, to penalize a business that is pending. And the 5-year, within 5 years, that means that even if it was pending but not determined to be an actual violation, they would have to report that. So I do not support the pending part of that language. However, I do support the overall ordinance. So with that, I would, if we can take that out, then I would be supportive of this ordinance. So. And then I will just mention one other thing. The innovation part, I'm just all for innovation. So if we could streamline the process for people to update their subcontractors, I think that would definitely be something that we should prioritize in planning. So people can come in and not, if they want to come in and talk to people who work here, great. But I think it would be also beneficial to the people who are overseeing these projects to make sure that they are able to submit that online if that's a possibility, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. White, what are we trying to achieve here? Where we're trying to do? What the achievement? What are we trying to fix?
Well, as stated in the staff report, really, and I think it's probably best to just read directly from it. As we stated, the disclosures are intended to recognize and promote the value of fair labor and business practices in the city. And that's, this ordinance isn't coming from the city staff. This is actually coming from the carpenters through council. And so I think that ordinance or that question may be more fairly addressed to the carpenters themselves.
You answered my second question, because when I hear the union representative saying here and publicly that the way we put it in, that means that they had their hands in this. I don't like that, because all the agencies, all the people that have put their hands in the city business, we criticize them. We're trying to break away from that. But because it's a union, we allow them to do this. That's disturbing to me. I don't like that. So are we trying to fix the prevailing wages here? When a subcontractor said that they're gonna pay prevailing wages and they pocket the money, that's what we're trying to prevent here, because that's already illegal. And they go to jail when they do that. So I don't get what we're trying to do here. All this is already legal. All this is in the green books of public works. Also the pending violation, that's not the American way. So you're guilty before the due process? That's not good. That's not good. So I don't know, I have to think about this. One of the things to understand is that we had a staff report basically 3-4 days before we came here. Different than legislators in Sacramento. They have months and months and months to think about this, to meet with parties. We get it 3 days early. And in 3 days, we had to analyze any one of those 25 items in front of us. This is a big deal. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to, I don't understand why are we doing this? What are we trying to fix? Especially now that I know it's coming from one side. We should have all the sides affected in here asking questions, giving their opinion for us to be fair. Just coming from one side, I don't have, I can vote yes on this when I don't have enough time to analyze this, what the consequences are, especially when the laws already penalize people that steal prevailing wages from the employees. What are we trying to achieve? Until I don't understand that, and we have all the people that are affected on this giving their opinions on the side of the story, I can't support this. It's a no-no for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ted, currently, and I think the mayor brought this up earlier in the meeting, so currently, is there anything that the city does for those folks who, because I've heard it before, folks that have labor violations They then open up shop with another LLC or another name. Then they come back, and obviously it's a new company, so they don't have those previous labor violations. Is there anything that we currently do to catch or address any of that?
We really try to leave that to the state and the state contractors licensing board. That is the role of that agency.
Okay, and so currently it's out of, would it be fair to say that that's out of our hands?
Yeah, it's not something that we actively enforce.
Okay. I do think, and so just to clarify, because I think you had mentioned removing the pending language, and is that same as Councilmember Meeks, what you said with addressing that portion of it with removing 3 words from the ordinance, or is that a separate thing?
I would defer to council in terms of the language that you would like to see.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I do want to make sure that we're making changes for the betterment of the city as a whole. And so my understanding of this is essentially a way to keep contractors and subcontractors that are doing work with the city honest, that we're working with folks who are upholding labor laws of our state and making that information public and more accessible. Would that be a fair statement to say?
Correct.
Okay. Then with that, I think, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, I think somebody else mentioned during public comment, I think for me, transparency is key. The more transparent we can be across however many departments, I think is best for me. So I'll be supportive of this, again, in the spirit of enhancing transparency in our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Meeks?
Well, I think I agree with taking out the pending, and I've mentioned that. I think that has issues. It's not the American way. It's, whatever those things are. I don't support that. It seems to me to be an educational tool for the prime contractors so that they know who they're hiring as subs, and they are forced to go to the state website and see if the sub that they're going to hire has violations, or what those violations have been and are in the past. And I'm not opposed to that. I mean, I think that I'm kind of requiring the prime contractor to know that information and make that decision about whether or not he wants to work with these subs, or which sub he wants to select. That's reasonable. Because they're not our contractors. They can hire whoever they want, whether or not they have 50 violations. They can still hire them. That doesn't disallow that. I'm concerned with putting a burden on us to enforce the accuracy of it in any way, and have that, because like I said, these projects are long, and this contractor comes up here and checks all the boxes and checks the state website and says, these people don't have any violations, or they have these 2, and I'm willing to, these are the people I want to work with. And then something happens that they're unaware of. These subs work on many different projects, and they have a violation against them 6 months in, or these projects are going to go on a year or 2. And the contractor, the prime contractor, isn't aware of it, and you're putting this burden on them to be aware of it. I'm concerned with that. And I mean, is there a way to make this a moment in time? I mean, like when we issue them the building permit and they list their subs, and those are all that, and then if they want to add a sub or change a sub, they have to give that information. But to have the prime contractor responsible in updating this information for 2 years, it seems a little bit burdensome, and I'm not sure how that actually works.
We've considered that question as well. Trying to minimize both the burdens for contractors as well as staff, and internally we think we can come up with a system that minimizes the impacts to staff, and by essentially keeping the form on file through the length of the project itself. But I think that essentially, I think what you're asking though is really what the ordinance would require, which is if a sub changes, if a sub is added, there is going to need to be that additional step taken in order to do that. We think we can minimize the amount of paperwork and the process involved with that to both keep the impact to staff to a minimum as well as to the contractor. But at its core, that is what the ordinance would require.
And I'm okay with that because that's an action that the contractor's taking. I'm going to change out a sub. I'm going to add this sub. I know I'm going to do that, and therefore I need to go to the state website and see whether or not they have any violations and check that box. It's more of, I've already checked the box of that sub, and 6 months later, he gets a violation that I'm unaware of as the prime contractor, but somehow I have a responsibility to update that with the city's building permit. That's where I get a little uncomfortable with the burden that we're putting on the contractor. Does that make sense? I mean, I don't know if there's a way to draft around that, or if, we can work on that for the next draft of this, but that would be, Mr. Hanna might have a recommendation.
Well, and I was just going to mention, it would be nice to put the burden on to the subcontractor,
Mayor Pro Tem,
which is
can
what I
we
think
just,
you're saying.
before we do, let's just have him answer her question, and then I know you're next on the list, then that way I can call on you, please.
Yeah, well, I think Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba was kind of onto it. The burden really is on the subcontractor to give the accurate information to the general contractor. The staff, for example, I think we've established that staff will not have an ongoing responsibility to assure the veracity of the information that's provided. The general contractor, it's based upon their knowledge, and then they have 72 hours. But what's likely to, and which is what happens when you change your contractors. What will happen is the public, and we're going to be looking at this, you're talking about a not insignificant, but not overwhelming number of subcontractors who play in this cheating field, who make a labor law violation, and then it's whack-a-mole, as I think somebody was referring to it, they'll change their names. So we follow that. We'll provide the information to the city, and I think the staff, Mr. White had already said that what their process will be, they'll make an inquiry with the general contractor, and then that information will be provided. It's only if there's if it's clear that that the information's not forthcoming, would the city have to engage in any type of activities, whether it be fines or whether it be any other particular enforcement they want. But in the real world, what's going to happen is there will be disclosure, and if you have a subcontractor who the city finds out has not given the correct information to the general, then the city will will let that general contractor know. They'll make the amendment, and it's really not going to be an overly burdensome product. It's our job in this ordinance not to really punish people unless they refuse to comply with the ordinance. But if they find out and somebody has to remind them and they do it, there's no harm, no foul, because we'll get the information. Remember, this is not an ordinance that's saying, okay, if you don't do this, if you don't initially give it to us, automatically you're going to be off this project. That's not what it is. We're trying to get enforcement. And how best can we get the enforcement? It's through having it on an online basis so the public can view it. And if there's somebody who is a serial offender, and you've got instances in Anaheim, right here in town, where there have been citations by state agencies because of wage theft.
Absolutely. And I mean, I'm totally supportive of,
But But I think
making it known that those bad contractors are bad contractors. Those are not the ones. And I support the union work and making sure that we do the best that we can to put everybody at an even playing field. And I want to do that. I just don't want to burden the prime contractor. And I think, this information is available to everybody on the state website. So it's not, if a violation is reported, it's not, is it good, is it bad? You go on the state website and you go, is that a violation or not a violation?
Yeah.
And then when you talk about, well, they might have changed their names and things like that, that's something we're not going to engage in. That's a report that needs to go to the state and see if they think it's a violation, because that's what they do. That's their wheelhouse.
No, somebody can change their name, but what we're saying, it's really the same principles, and we just think the city should have that information. We'll get that to them.
And
What the city
I'm okay
does with
the
that,
education piece of it to the contractors and making this information public. I'm just trying not to get us in the middle of long-term changes to this, like putting a burden on the primary contractor to track every one of his subs and check monthly whether or not they have any new violations in the state. I think that is a burden. And so if we can require when they hire that sub and list that sub to have that information accurate from the state, then that's what I would like to see.
yeah, well, frankly, depending upon the state for, frankly, all the information, or sometimes for a lot of different things, isn't the best approach. It should be complemented by what local knowledge there is. And I'm telling you, one of the reasons we want to do this, because we know that sometimes you have not just the general contractor, but I think, as Councilman Fassel said, it's the developer who doesn't know about this. I don't want to, now OC Vibe, I don't think, because of what they're doing, well, they could have the same problem. That's a huge project. They're not going to want to have somebody who's a serial violator, but so for them, it's important to get the information. What we're doing is enhancing the transparency of this ordinance, of the existing ordinance. We're making it more effective. If you pass this, and it's a more efficient collection process, because instead of waiting at the end, you're not really sure who's been on your project. You'll get it at the beginning, and then a continuing responsibility once there's a change. Many general contractors actually do at the beginning of a project. They know that their general or developers, the general contractor knows who they're using, because they had to get the bid from the subcontractor
They
in
know
order
most
to do
of them.
the
I will
bid.
agree with that, but then sometimes they change, and so.
And sometimes they
And I'm not, like I said, I'm not worried about when a contractor changes a sub, because that is an action that they're taking. I'm worried about the status of that sub changing and the contractor not knowing about it, but I don't think we're supposed to debate this.
General contractors do it themselves. If the city bugs them, the general will basically tell the sub, why haven't you provided this information? Give me the right information. And then he usually takes care of it. And if there's a problem in terms of any fines, I can tell you, based on industry practice, the general contractor will have a retention on the subs funds, and they'll hold it back for any fine that the general contractor will have to pay. I'm not suggesting that the city's going to go out of their way and do that, but in the most egregious kind of situation, the general contractor will be protected, the city will be protected, and the subcontractor who failed to tell the truth, they're the ones that are going to have the problem. But I really think that based upon, like I said, we had a process here that we just didn't come in with an ordinance and say, this is it, take it or leave it. There's been the change, which is the right way to do it. I can tell you that in Irvine, Adam Wood and the Building Industry Association, as well as the Apartment Owners Association representative. At the end of the day, they both signed off on these changes because of changes that were made. We're making one probably tonight based upon what I think the thoughts are, and that's what their concern was. They didn't want the general tagged a lot. And so that's why we made sure that we give them time. It's really more an informational basis. They can choose who they want. And we actually made some modifications. And so, for example, here, this ordinance won't apply to projects under 20 units or under a certain dollar amount of commercial. So that means it makes it more efficient for the staff because they're not looking at the mom and pop. Mom and pop doesn't have to report this if you're doing a remodel.
All right, thank you.
And this was a.
I get it.
Hey, Mayor,
This is
at some
actually a
point,
significant
no
staff
council member has raised a point of order, but as you know,
Yeah.
there's a time and place for public comment, and this has
Right.
gone on in more
Yeah.
than just responding to questions.
Yeah. I wanted to then ask Mr. Director White, Mayor Pro Tem brought up a good point about, using, what would be the difference between pending violations versus the other language, which is enforcement actions?
I was consulting with our building official as well, and to the point where the city does not, we're not familiar with state labor contracting board and how they operate their business, and so the term enforcement actions, to be candid with you, I don't know exactly what that means and how we would how that would apply. And so I do have some concerns about that because we're not familiar with that term of what enforcement actions would actually look like with regards to the state contractors licensing board. Again, if it's, in my mind, if it were to just say, shall disclose any final determinations pertaining to state and federal labor code violations, that seemed like the cleanest thing, the way to do it for me.
Can I ask then excuse me, can I ask real quickly to the gentleman, can you give a very, very brief
Yes, the reasoning for enforcement actions is because that's what the labor commissioner calls it. So the labor commissioner usually issues citations against subcontractors and contractors, and so that in and of itself is called an enforcement action by the labor commissioner. So we're trying to make sure that when you just say final determination, that might not be encompassing of the citations that are being issued by the labor commissioner's office. And so enforcement actions and or final determination is more encompassing of all of that.
Thank you. I wanted to move on. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any further comments? And then Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
I'm waiting for him to finish his conversation. So Director White, I read the ordinance, but I don't recall seeing anything that holds the subcontractor responsible. So I agree with Councilmember Meeks on the time and place. So if you do have a contractor who checks the box and, reports either no violations or, subcontractors that don't have a violation or do, and then later they get a violation within 2 years of the project or something like that, is there anything in the ordinance, I don't recall seeing it, that requires a subcontractor to report the violation? I mean, they're the ones who know they received the violation from the state. We should insert language into this ordinance that requires them to report that to the city or at least to the general contractor.
So the way my reading of the ordinance would require a subcontractor to do that, but ultimately this ordinance does fall to be the responsibility of the contractor. And so I want to, I think that's worthy of clarification, but the language as it reads, it says, at any time between permit issuance and final inspection, comma, if a change occurs in any information submitted to the city pursuant to this section, contractors shall submit updated information to the city within 72 hours. So I would, if there were a change in information where where a subcontractor were to be found in violation of labor codes, I would consider that to be a change in the information submitted, but that would then fall, ultimately, this ordinance falls on the responsibility of the contractor.
So city attorney, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just for a slight clarification, within 72 hours of the contractor's knowledge of any sort of change. So the contractor would have knowledge of it. There's no obligation in this ordinance for the subcontractor to contact them. So whether they have knowledge or not would be an open question.
Yeah. How do we require, is there a way to insert language that requires the subcontractor to notify the general contractor within 72 hours of receiving notification of violation? I mean, I know the state is a little slow, but they do at some point notify them that they are violated, right? They have a fine or whatever the issue is.
That could be something we think could be added somewhere, yes.
I would support this if that's added and then pending is removed. Like I mentioned, the due process is a big thing for me in terms of making sure that we're not penalizing people or contractors, subcontractors who are just in a pending status. So if it was violation, then that's something that I can support with the requirement that a subcontractor is also required to notify the general contractor. I think that protects everybody involved and helps, enforcement with this ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. White, this is an ordinance for contractor working for private parties, not for the city, right?
That's correct.
Right. It's very unusual. This is not a public hearing. This is an ordinance. Very unusual to have the same party that put this ordinance, wrote this ordinance for the city, to be giving minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes of talking here. That's completely out of whack to me. This reminds me of years ago. The supermarket union came here asking for city council to approve a $4 an hour increase for the contract, temporary contract. It's not the government role to do that. This reminds me of United here a few months ago when they came here trying to put the city in a position to intervene in between two businesses. That's wrong. Today, we are hearing the same thing. This is wrong. This is wrong. It's not our role. This is regulated. This is in between a business and another business. What is the city sticking their fingers in that? Putting city staff and city time into this. This is wrong. This is wrong. At least postpone it to later and let have everybody that is affected here. This is wrong. I have never seen this since I'm elected to city council, treating this as a public hearing. And this is not a public hearing. It pissed me off. We're treating this is wrong. You don't got my vote.
Thank you. I believe Councilmember Leon had a comment, but I believe he is outside the room. Barring him going through just in order to move this item forward, I would like to, thank you very much. I would like to just make a motion to move this ordinance forward with the two changes to the language in the ordinance. One, requiring subcontractors to have some notice requirements to the general, as well as taking away the requirement of pending applications. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And I believe Councilmember Leon, you're withdrawing your request for comment?
Well, Mayor,
yes.
I'm perfectly comfortable with the removal of the pending and/or language. That's a very distinct, objective revision. However, if we're going to add language with regard to subcontractors, I don't believe we have enough clarity nor time to really figure out how to word that and where to fit it into the ordinance. And if that's the direction the council's going, that's perfectly fine, but I would suggest we have a continue it for first reading. But continue the first reading until the next meeting.
Okay, so would that be something that we would then just at the next council meeting have to have that inserted? And then do we vote on that now with those changes, giving direction to staff on
Yes.
those changes?
Yeah, so the motion would be to make those changes and bring this back as a first reading at the next meeting.
Okay, so I will make that motion. Is that acceptable to you, Mayor Pro Tem?
That works for me. Would it be on a consent item or would it be a separate business item?
It wouldn't be required to be on each, but my guess is it would be on the business item because staff would determine that it would be pulled in any event. So it'll probably be on the business calendar.
But I support that, so I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any other further comments or questions? If not, can we vote?
The vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Diaz. Motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone for being a part of this process and for joining us here tonight. We're going to go back in order now to the beginning of our business calendar. Item number 18 is an ordinance to strengthen and expand the regulations of the lobbyist program and establish an auditing process. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And just for correction, it's item 19. I will give the staff report and also to reintroduce Craig Steele, who was here on September 12th, the last time you discussed this item, to act as a subject matter expert to the extent you have any questions. On September 12th, the City Council discussed one of the items on its priority list of reforms stemming from the internal investigation concluded in July. That is the potential changes to the city's lobbyist ordinance. The council discussed possible direction to staff to expand the definition of a lobbyist, strengthen the regulations of the lobbyist registration program, and be more proactive in flagging potential violations. As part of this process, city staff is presenting today possible revisions to the Sunshine Ordinance. If the council approves these revisions, this meeting will act as the first reading of the ordinance revisions. It is the intent of these proposed revisions to address 4 main concerns raised during September 12th discussion. 1, ensuring that the definition of lobbyist includes in-house lobbyists. 2, providing more specifics on what lobbying includes and should not include. 3, establishing a more proactive auditing effort to ensure lobbyists are complying with their obligations. And 4, addressing fees and other administrative matters associated with the current ordinance. I'll now provide a summary of those proposed revisions. First, under the proposed revisions, the definition of lobbyist would be expanded to include any individual who is employed or contracted for a role that includes influencing legislative or administrative action as a substantial or regular portion of the employment or contract, such as someone whose responsibilities include those typically associated with government affairs or government relations or similar. The intent of this revision would be to expand the scope of the city's lobbyist registration provisions to include both outside paid lobbyists who are currently covered and also those lobbyists who are employed by or work directly for a company or entity on whose behalf they are advocating. Second, the definition of lobbying activity would be revised to provide a more objective standard on what constitutes regulated lobbying by providing more specific information of influencing and legislative or administrative action. Regarding the exceptions to the lobbyist provisions, the proposed revisions would clarify the exception that currently exists relating to licensed professionals who are acting in that professional role without intending to make any substantive revisions to that current exception. The proposed revisions would also add an exception to ensure that those who submit responses to bids are not considered to be lobbying merely by submitting those bids, but could be considered to be lobbying if they directly communicate with members of the City Council for the purpose of influencing a decision to award or deny a contract. And then consistent with the current ordinance, no exception for labor organizations is currently being proposed. Third, in order to address the council's concern about the need for more active enforcement, staff is proposing to add language that would mandate annual audits by the city auditor of at least 20% of the lobbyists registered in the city. This proposed provision is derived from at least one city, the city of Austin, which also mandates its city auditor to conduct such audits but only of 5% of the registrants per year, and that's in part a reflection of the number of lobbyists that the city of Austin has compared to our city. As part of the new registration process, lobbyists would be required to acknowledge their commitment to retain and provide business records for the city auditor's review and to cooperate with the city with regard to any audit performed. Staff is also proposing an additional provision as an attempt to capture situations where lobbying activity is occurring, but lobbyist registration is not. Under the proposed audit provision, the city auditor would be mandated to periodically seek from the core group of city officials and employees, no less frequently than semi-annually, information about past meetings or communications with anyone who reasonably may be considered to have lobbied such individuals. Were the auditor to discover, based on that inquiry, individuals who appear to have engaged in lobbying activity, but who have not registered as lobbyists or properly reported lobbying activity, the auditor would notify and forward evidence to the city clerk and the city attorney, who would then determine next steps. Finally, there are some proposed revisions to the administrative matters of quarterly reports and annual registrations. And with regard to fees, which was a subject of conversation on September 12th, the city clerk intends to update the fees resolution, which will be brought forward via resolution for consideration at a later date. It's not covered specifically in this ordinance. That concludes the staff report, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had that you just touched on was about the way the auditing process will go through, where we are asking not only the mayor and city council, but the executive team to provide information about past meetings or communications. How does that, would that be if you were asking about past communications with anyone that might be considered a lobbyist in the past 6 months, or would it, do you envision it being a request about a specific individual?
Let me preface my answer with saying the provision that's being offered in the proposed revisions is unique. We've not seen any other city have provisions like that, so it would be open to some flexibility in how it's being actually implemented, and that was the intent. We didn't want to lock the city auditor in any particular mode of operation and how it's going to do that sort of investigation or review. But the intent would be for the city auditor to have some sort of survey, whatever it is, email request, form to fill out about activities that have happened at least every 6 months or as frequently or more frequently at the auditor's discretion, that would help reveal conversations that have not been reported as lobbying activity, or more importantly, lobbyists who are lobbying the city, but they're not registering. This was in response to discussion among the council, robust discussion among the council about whether there should be some sort of obligation on you all, elected officials and department heads, to document every conversation they may have with the lobbyists, which we thought was overly restrictive. It could be pretty, burdened with red tape. So we thought a process where there would be an occasional check-in by the city auditor, which may not be completely, perfect in capturing everything, but may provide enough information for there to be some appropriate follow-up to occur. But it was intended to be flexible. I have had conversations with the city auditor, who I think is actually here tonight, and he feels relatively comfortable of being able to come up with some program that would allow him to adequately determine if there's any suspicious activity that hasn't been captured by a registered lobbyist.
And how does this interplay with our discussion about us publishing our council calendars?
It's no specific reference to that in the lobbyist or sunshine provisions. That could be handled administratively. However, it could be part of what the city auditor decides to review periodically. For example, if after time the city auditor determines that a review of the calendars that are published is sufficient for him to gather information for you all, maybe a more, a lesser robust, interview or email form or something like that it would be required. So it's kind of part and parcel to that process, but it's not specifically addressed in this ordinance.
Thank you very much. I want to turn over to Councilmember Meeks, and then Councilmember Fussell, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
So I guess just basically, I'm trying to understand, or make sure I'm correct in my understanding of what we're trying to accomplish here. And what we're trying to accomplish, I believe, is being very transparent about who we're meeting with and on what topics. And the intent of all this registration and definition and categories and all that is to identify who those people are meeting with and about what. And I thought from our last discussion that we were going to lean more heavily on our council calendars and the calendars of the city manager and the executive team in having that be the transparent piece of this requirement, of letting everybody know whether their title is a lobbyist or their title is business owner or whether their title is engineer or attorney or whatever their title might be, having that equally transparent in our calendars about who we're meeting with and what we're meeting about seemed to be a much simpler and more transparent way of addressing the issue. And instead, what I feel we got was something that broadens the scope of who we're meeting with, of lobbyists in this case, which is great. I want to be broad about who we're being transparent about, but it overcomplicates, I think, what we could accomplish with our calendars. And I'm not sure how the other council members feel about that, but is there a way to have a requirement or ordinance or council policy or whatever that outlines what our calendars need to include, who we're meeting with, where they're from, what we're meeting with them about, or even, phone calls that are on specific projects or something, and that's what we need to do. And I don't know if you feel like that puts more burden on us, but we need to do that anyway so that they can check and balance this other thing. It just seems overly complicated if what we're trying to really do is be transparent about who we're meeting with. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Last meeting where we discussed this, our subject matter expert was here along with our assistant city attorney, Kristen Peltier. And when this subject came up, I believe both of you commented on the fact that we could report who we spoke to and the subject, the topic, if you will. But as far as the fine details, I believe the assistant city attorney said it's the legislative process or something, that she was concerned that we can't get too in the weeds about what we actually discussed. And I just want to make sure that, I don't mind reporting, who, what, where, when, why, but as far as all the content is concerned, I might be a little uncomfortable with some of that.
Are you talking about in the context of calendar publication? Because there's nothing in the ordinance that really has a level of, a requirement that requires that level of detail. It was really just reporting content.
So we took those conversations to heart. That's all. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Leon.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions right now. How does an ethics officer fit into this?
That's one of the reasons the ethics officer item is being delayed till all of your reforms, is because that position may very well fit into this. For example, if it's determined that that's going to be out of the city attorney's office, maybe it's the person that the city auditor reports any findings to. So it could, but I think that's for further discussion after you complete your reforms.
Thank you. So we're keeping that in mind. I guess I wanted to make sure. I have a question on definition of a lobbyist. It says that it's a person who's employed or contracted, blah, 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 as a substantial or regular portion of the employment or contract. And I guess I'm keen on the word a regular portion. And I'm thinking of the gentleman that came to speak to us today. Mr. John Hanna is not a lobbyist per se, but a part of his job is to work with cities on items like this ordinance. So would he be considered a lobbyist? Because it is a regular part of his job.
I would say if it's a regular part of your job, that meets the definition of substantial. But we did say in the staff report, other cities, and we presented this on September 12th, have very specific definitions of what substantial portion is. We didn't offer that. We already have a part of our lobbyist ordinance that uses that term without definition, so we've lived with it. But if the council is concerned about lack of clarity on that, there are options for that, and we presented that by the number of hours per quarter and that kind of thing. But I think that it would be basically a rule of reason, and that's generally how the law works. If there's no specific definition, you use the rule of reason, and if someone's regular duties are to include that, then I would say that would be a substantial portion of that work.
Well, in the case of use Mr. Hanna again, he doesn't regularly do this type of work, but when this came up, it's his job to talk to the cities about it. But another great percent of his time is spent working with his members, getting better contracts, whatever else he does. So I'm confused as to then, do we leave it to them to tell us it's a considerable amount of my time?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of, trust possibly with some areas of Verify if we have the ability to have conversations with these folks. But, we specifically added the government relations, language in there just to make it very clear. Those folks whose responsibilities include that would typically be considered to have that as part of their substantial duties. But otherwise, it would be, the rule of reason. Does it appear that it's a substantial portion of their work? Go ahead, Craig.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, I think we put the word substantial or regular because in my mind, just listening to the discussion this evening, we heard that the gentleman had worked on this ordinance at one or more other cities. So it's a regular occurrence on this particular issue. And in my mind, you have two different sort of buckets in which people's duties could fall into. It's either a substantial portion of their time, but if it's not, if they do it regularly for a small amount of time, it still fits the definition of lobbying. And that's the other reason we added the government affairs, government relations terms, because sometimes people's titles really tell you, in a larger corporation especially, really tell you what their duties are rather than measuring how many minutes they spend on a particular subject.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we're remembering two different conversations in the sense of there was a lobbying conversation and then there was a calendar conversation, and they were separate discussions. I won't repeat everything I said at the last time that we were talking about lobbying, but Madam City Clerk, if I may ask, can you remind me how many registered lobbyists we currently have in the city?
18.
What was that?
18.
18, thank you. So we have 18 registered lobbyists. Does that stay has that been consistent with previous years in terms of lobbying registrations?
We've gone, it's stayed about in the 20s. We've gone up to 21. When we first started, back in 2017, we started with 9 lobbyists, and from then it's incrementally increased, but we've stayed about 18 to 20.
Okay. So in the largest city in the county, we've never had more than 30 registered lobbyists of all the decisions that we've been making. So I think, to me, the core issue is who has access to council members and staff that influence the outcomes and decisions of the governing bodies of the city. Who has a financial interest, who has a vested interest. And so, as I mentioned, this, I think, is a first step in helping us create a more transparent process, better measures that allow for the public to know and to have a better understanding of who has access to council members and on what issues. And so I think part of the, I guess, loophole that I had brought up to you, sir, at this last time we had this conversation about lobbying, is that a lot of organizations are not hiring lobbyists because they have employees that essentially have the roles of a lobbyist. Is that fair to say?
Under your ordinance, yes, I think there are probably people who are not registering at present because they're hired to do that kind of work rather than being separately contracted.
Thank you. So I think, again, for me, the core issue isn't about the word necessarily. It's about the action, the profession. But again, who has that access to council members and on what topics, and how we can make sure that we are ensuring that those folks are registering to make a more transparent process, especially when we're coming to decisions that we need to make as the largest city in the county. So I really think it should be those individuals that are meeting with us whose job is, whether in-house or not, to lobby us, to influence city staff on the decisions that we're making, and not just a small group of people, less than 20, who fall under just a specific term or definition. And so I think if I read this correctly, I'm actually supportive of this. I think it's a right step to ensure that we're providing a more transparent process, that we're providing accountability, and that we're providing a separate check to ensure that those folks who have influence in our city are identified by the public. And so I will pause there. But if I may ask a question of Councilmember Meeks, you mentioned that this overcomplicates things. May I ask what it overcomplicates?
I think that some of the questions that we're having kind of show that. It's like, okay, is it a substantial part? Is it a regular part? I mean, it's not a black and white thing. And so I was like trying to lean on something that is black and white. And then I also think when you're talking about big companies that have people employed for this, or you're talking about people that have a lobbying business and that sort of thing, but sometimes we have a small business owner that doesn't know how to work with the city, and he hires somebody that does that better than him, you know, and he hires somebody to come in here and help process his permits. Well, or talk to people. He is a lobbyist, right? But he may not even have a lobbyist business. He may actually work as an architect. I don't know, you know, some business processor or an entrepreneur or, you know, financial analyst person. But some of these small businesses really do. They hire people, and it's good for the city because they are easier to work with. They know our process. They can help this business owner get through the process. And so I'm trying not to burden those people with all of a sudden, now I have to register for a lobbyist, I have to submit quarterly reports, and I have to do this when I just want to help this guy open his little restaurant, you know, or he's hired me to help him open the restaurant. So I'm just trying to keep it, I thought by doing our calendars, it was really black and white and really broad and really easy. So that was kind of where I was coming from.
No, I appreciate that. And if I may ask the city attorney a clarification, because I think the staff report has certain exemptions. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that raises a specific exemption, except if this person is doing something on behalf of somebody else for less than $500, for example, for free, they would not qualify as a lobbyist under even the current version of our ordinance. Craig, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I was just going to comment that I think that that person who's been hired by the small business, if they're paid $500 now, they're required to register as a lobbyist. What we have tried to do is sort of provide some definition to what lobbying is so that we don't get the under-reporting that's probably happening now, but we also don't get over-reporting. That was the reason, and that's the reason most ordinances like this have the definitions that are being proposed, is to try to sort of put guardrails around what actually is lobbying. So in certain circumstances, the individual hiring that person, if they paid them $500 today, they would be required to register as a lobbyist.
Okay, thank you for that. So I don't disagree with you on the fact that we don't want to make it overburdensome for those small businesses that want to go through the process. But I think you heard it, I heard it twice, but I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Even if those small businesses currently, right now, hire somebody, pay them more than $500, that person getting paid $500 needs to register as a lobbyist currently without making any changes.
If they're hired for the purpose of influencing legislative or administrative action, that's correct.
Okay, because I think the purpose, I think, is to not, you know, if you need to go to the planning division or need assistance there, some technical issues, structural issues, something that is, I was going to say engineering based, but I'm not an engineer, so I don't want to throw that one out there. The goal is for these bigger projects that actually come before us on the business calendar, big decisions that come up, that I think, again, needs to be, we need to make sure that the folks who are influencing us, that we are telling the public that we want them to know who we're talking to. And yes, the calendar is another step. I think this is frankly a multi-pronged approach that we should be taking, especially given everything that we've gone through as a city, with potentially the largest corruption scandal in the county of Orange. And so this, again, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a step in the right direction to ensure more transparency, more accountability, not trying to overcomplicate the process, but rather taking those steps to be a more transparent and accountable city. And Craig, can I just ask, in terms of overcomplicating processes, in your experience, does this, as it's written, does it really, have you seen it overcomplicate other cities or put projects on hold because of these changes?
I don't believe I've ever seen it put projects on hold, interfere in the sort of processing of projects. And in terms of overcomplicating, I think actually in practice it will clarify what the responsibilities of lobbyists are, because if you're talking about increased enforcement, you're talking about potential auditing, and you're talking about a requirement that lobbyists retain records of their lobbying activities for a period of years, I think it's really important to tell people what lobbying means. Because right now you have a "I'll know it if I see it" definition. It just says influencing legislative or administrative action. It doesn't tell anybody what that really means. And so if somebody was getting paid to come in and or not getting paid, but somehow compensated to come in and say, "I'm in favor of helping the homeless," that could be viewed as falling under your current ordinance, because theoretically there's legislative or administrative action. Under the proposed definition, the definition is narrowed so that somebody has to say, you should vote for an ordinance to help the homeless. And I'm giving a really broad example. But if these cases are going to go to court and be presented to a judge or a jury, there needs to be some definition of what the act of lobbying really means. That's why we tried to clarify the definition. I realize we're adding text, but it is clarifying. When somebody's asked to retain records about certain business activities for a period of years, well, now that this definition would tell them what records they have to keep for that period of years, because it defines what lobbying is. So that was the idea behind adding some definition to the term influencing legislative or administrative action, because you're talking about beefing up enforcement, beefing up auditing. You really want to tell people what conduct is included and what conduct is not included. And I would just note finally that these definitions are almost directly from other jurisdictions where they work. City of Los Angeles, County of Los Angeles, and the FPPC's definition of lobbying and their regulations, where we didn't create much in the way of new text for those definitions. They come directly out of other jurisdictions.
Thank you, Craig. So we're providing, by taking this action, we're providing more structure, both for the council side and the other side that needs to register, and we're creating clarity for everybody that's involved in this process.
That was our intent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz, and then Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, are union organizations included in this?
So we did not create an exemption for those lobbying on behalf of labor organizations for MOUs like we've seen in other cities. So we did not include that exemption. If the council wants to add that, you can obviously move for that.
It's only transparent if this would include unions. Since I'm here, no one business came to me. I said, you should vote yes on this. You should vote for this. They explained things to me, but never came to me asking for a yes vote, except unions. So you have to be transparent. You have to include all the unions. It is confusing. I can see in the future this going to court, because it is confusing. I can see different lawyers having different interpretation on this. So under these definitions, Orange County Sanitation District, they have to register their public relations, government relations officer. Am I right or am I wrong?
If someone qualifies as a lobbyist and they're internal and they're advocating for administrative or legislative change in the city, yes.
Orange County Transportation Authority, they would have to register as a lobbyist. Orange County Water District. That's too much. This is too much. This is too broad. I agree with Councilwoman Meads. And we already make a strong in argument for the calendars. The calendars, we say yes, we voted for this, it's gonna be in the calendar. That's a lot of transparency here. Really, to include the Orange County Sanitation District as a lobbyist? That's ridiculous. This is too broad. This is too much. This is gonna end in court, because it's gonna be different interpretations. It's going to be different interpretation, guarantee you about that. That's it from me for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So I think I recall the discussion that we had related to the description. I'm going to pull it up. So under lobbyist, I think we talked about not including the words government affairs specifically because they would just change the name of the position. So I would recommend removing that. And I think the example that I shared was, we have our own utilities, so Edison. They're not necessarily influencing any policy changes. They might just be community engagers who want to make sure that we're aware of initiatives that they have within there. So I would recommend doing that. Because we're kind of stuck on the 7-page ordinance, I would like to recommend something. Perhaps we go page by page and just look at what we agree on and disagree, and then maybe bring this back. Or if it qualifies as a first reading, once we look at the ordinance as it is. Because I'm looking at page 1. Influence, I think, seems fine in my opinion. It's helpful to have legislative or administrative action defined. Going on to page 2, we have lobbyist, which I agree with my council colleagues. I think it's too broad in the fact that we have government affairs or government relations included in that language. I would not be comfortable including that. I would recommend removing that based on the discussion that we had when we made the recommendation in the first place. On page 3, lobbyist registration, I think the intent of that was good. It was just to ensure that people were actually registering as lobbyists. I also will highlight the fact that just because a lobbyist is registered and I have a conversation with them, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're influencing my vote. I have my own opinions. Campaign contributions during the reporting period to the mayor and/or member of the council. So the quarterly report, I think that's already a law, so I'm fine with that. I mean, we already have that. We have to report that. And we also have the Levine Act, which limits us to $250 contribution, and we have to report that if not, so we might as well keep it in there. Looking at each lobbyist, and I'm only going to highlight the redlined versions, and I invite my council colleagues to interject if they see something. I'm on page 4. So each lobbyist shall retain on file all business records relevant to any lobbying reporting in the quarterly report for, I mean, that puts the burden on the lobbyist. I don't know how we would enforce that, but the language is in there. I guess we keep it. Annual registration, a lobbyist shall renew their registration by January 15th. I think that's helpful to have them have to have a deadline to do that. And we have annual fees. Moving on to page 5. Nothing changes on page 5. Moving on to page 6. Under section 5, to a person who attempts to influence legislative or administrative action are limited solely to actions taken or services provided to a client. And it goes on to a professional license by a state licensing organization. Is everybody good with that language? And then we have legislative or administrative action. The attorney seeks to influence. I'm not really sure what that means.
We're not changing anything substantively, we're clarifying. So that's already in our statute, and we're just making it clear.
Okay, thank you. Number 6, to persons who submit competitive bids or response to requests for proposal, provided the provision of such communications are limited to direct conversation or correspondence with the official or department specifically designated to receive such information. This exception shall not apply to direct communications with members of the city council for the purpose of influencing a decision to award or deny a contract. Everybody good with that? Okay, so let's put a pin in number 6 on page 6. Audit, I actually appreciate the auditing. I know we're already understaffed in our auditing department, but I do appreciate having the element of an audit, but open to discussion on that. The final audit report detailing the findings will be addressed to the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. The city auditor shall also seek for any elective or appointed officials of the city, the staff, aides, or advisors of the mayor or city council, any member of the city executive team. Any objections to that language? What number? That's number on page 6. It goes into 7 and it's 10 under audit.
Top of the last page.
Yeah, and then top of the last page. And then moving on to the last page, we have responsibility for administration. The redlined language or inclusion is with the exception of responsibilities delegated to the city clerk and the city auditor. The city manager shall administer and coordinate the implementation and ongoing management of the provision of this chapter for all local bodies, agencies, and departments.
One thing I'd like to just respond to or clarify is on the government relations language. Obviously, it's within the council's discretion if you don't want to include that. That is something we added to provide, I guess, some clear examples. However, it was not intended, as you can see, the language is that someone whose responsibilities include those typically associated with those positions, not that you have those positions. To address what your concern is, if someone has those positions today, they don't get out of this by changing the name of their position tomorrow. Yeah. And then the other thing to remember is just because you have those responsibilities, you still don't register as a lobbyist unless you lobby Anaheim, right? So if the Transportation Authority has someone with those responsibilities, they never lobby Anaheim, they don't register in Anaheim.
Yeah, and I think that's why it's probably okay to remove the government affairs language in general if the lobbying is already defined. And it seems like we further defined it.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable, however you want to handle it.
So let's go back to number 6 on page 6, because it seems like that's where we had some challenges.
So do we have consensus? I mean, we have to be a little bit careful. We're going to start changing pretties to beautifuls. We are going to make this overly complicated. So if we are going to just, before we move on, does anybody have any comments with taking out, I guess, so the sentence so that we are all clear on what we're voting on, just taking off where it would end at contract?
Right, starting at such as would be the,
Okay, is everybody, I mean, if we're going to go through this line by line, does everybody agree with that before we move on? Sorry, we are on the red-lined version. If you go to the definition of lobbyist, so the concern is using the term government affairs or government relations or similar. So it's
Can I ask another question? Can I ask a question before we go here? Because I fundamentally have a problem with the whole thing. I think when it takes 7 pages to define, it's complicated. And I've had this conversation with the city attorney. So if you are an engineer or an attorney, you are exempted from being a lobbyist, right?
If you're advocating in those roles, right? If you're an attorney and you're providing legal advice and you're not lobbying, then yes. But if you're lobbying, then no. That's, by the way, that's, council member, that currently exists under our current.
Right, I understand that exists.
And also that's the same thing for architects. If they're providing architectural services, then they're not lobbyists. But if they change their roles and advocate for change with you all or us, then yes, they would become lobbyists.
So if they're an engineer and they're advocating for a project from a technical aspect, they're not lobbying. Or if they are.
They would not be, if they're providing technical services to their client, for example, showing up at plant.
They're coming up here, they're coming in, meeting with the public works director or the city manager and saying, okay, here's how my project is going to work, and
Right.
this is why it's so great.
And now I feel like, you're the law school professor and I'm in law
but
school.
this is why it's so great isn't okay.
Nothing is crystal clear, council member. I mean,
And I'm not, I mean, my goal was to make it simpler than it's currently written, you know, and then that's why I was leaning on the calendars, because it didn't matter who you were or what your role was. It was who I was meeting with and what the project was. So
Madam Mayor.
just the whole direction of this bothers me.
Before, you know, I understand where you're coming from, and I think that the difference is, are you providing, for instance, am I providing legal advice on something to help my client usher a project through, or am I coming talking to you, advocating for you to push it through? Those are two totally different things to me. And I think that when we go through it, I mean, the reason I liked the language that says typically associated with government affairs or government relations or community outreach officer is because we're trying to give an illustration of what those job titles are and what those, you know, I guess we're just more familiar with those job titles and what it encompasses. And there's probably attorney-client privilege reasons why attorneys are exempted from some things and not others. You know, it's always going to be, I think we've seen it in the previous item, I think there always is going to be a bit of judgment call on the lobbyist, and that's why I think it's important to put this, I mean, the onus is on the lobbyist to disclose whether they are meeting with council people to influence and or ask for favorable action on an item versus totally staying out of the political process and just advising your client on what's legal and what's not, vis-a-vis staying in compliance with our municipal laws.
Yeah, and I'm concerned that two people can come out of that meeting thinking two different ways. You know, I just told them the facts. Oh, no, they really tried to influence me. You know, I mean, it's a gray, and and that's why there's lawyers in the world, right? But
I guess I've never had an architect or an engineer or a lawyer meet with me on a project. It's usually
yeah, I've had
you know,
hundreds.
so maybe that's why I'm a little bit confused. But I mean, I think the general consensus, just so we can kind of move forward, is if this language is something that is been in other ordinances, has been held up to work in other jurisdictions, you know, I think that we should stick with what our attorney is suggesting, because it gives a general framework. Is it going to be perfect? Are there going to be gray areas? Well, no, but I think to your point, and even though it's a separate a separate item, that is where our calendars will be coming into handy, and then we can actually give people the opportunity to cure, to get more information. That's where the audit process works.
And maybe I would just be more comfortable if they came together. Because I just see them going hand in hand, the requirement for the calendar and.
Can I ask our
this lobbyist, I don't know.
city manager's office and then city attorney, and then I know Councilmember Fessel has a comment. What is the plan to then bring forward the council calendar transparency measure that we agreed on and wanted to bring forward?
Right, I believe after the discussion a few weeks ago, that was part of the electronics discussion, and so there were a couple items within that, the requirement for certain parties to carry cell phones, transparency in our calendars, but that would all be part of an administrative regulation that would come back, I think, as a receive and file, just information to council, receive and file, but it would be an AR.
And do we have a deadline, to Councilmember Meeks's point, about when that's going to happen?
We have not set that, but we can do that tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be brief, but I have a few points. I'm the only one here that I think sat as a planning commissioner, and the planning commission also deals with lobbyists. What we're talking about here tonight should, I would expect, apply to the planning commission as well. Does it not?
It does say that in the ordinance.
It does, yes.
Okay, so check mark that.
That's already in.
I have two more points on the last page of the red line. Actually, it starts at the very bottom of the next to the last page of the red line.
I'm sorry.
Where it starts, the city auditor shall also seek from any, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and read this if I may. Shall also seek from any elected appointed official of the city, the staff, aides, advisors, mayor, city council member, blah, 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 or commission no less frequently than semi-annually information about past meetings or communications with anybody who reasonably may be considered to have lobbied each individual based on the definitions of the chapter. Fine, I get that. That will be part of our electronic posting. The city auditor shall notify the city clerk and the city attorney of any individuals who appear to have engaged in lobbying activity but have not registered. And I guess we would discover that, I'm assuming, by looking at our calendars and saying, oh, Councilmember Fessel met with X lobbyist, because I put that down, but X lobbyist did not post that. I want to look at this the other way around. What if I overlook something and the lobbyist posts it? Does it then go to the city auditor and that notifies the city clerk and the city attorney? And I'm going to get a telephone call from the city attorney because I overlooked something? That essentially is where this is headed.
I don't think that's where it's intended to be headed.
Well, that's where it could be headed.
I don't, under this language, really, it's trying to capture situations where there's been lobbying activity that slipped through the cracks because the registrant has not registered, or the lobbyist has not registered, right?
But that does not take into account the fact that we may accidentally, not intentionally, accidentally not post something. And is that,
No, it's
then
not
what
covered.
happens?
No, it's not covered. That would not be a situation. This is not, we specifically, if you recall, there was a discussion specifically, should there be an obligation of you all to report every conversation you've had with the lobbyist? We did not include that in this ordinance. This was a
that then goes counter to what my colleague to my left here is expecting, because Councilmember Meeks has been saying that, okay, if we make this broad enough, we'll define, we'll know all who we've contacted or who's contacted us through our calendars. But then evidently we're given a King's X. If we miss something on our calendar, it's okay. But if the lobbyist on the other hand, misses something, he gets a call from the city attorney. So I'm unclear. And one more point. Okay, and then I'll be done. And I want to use this as an example because maybe I've been here longer than everybody and I've had this happen. Okay, a small developer owns a piece of land at a corner someplace there in Anaheim. And he wants to put in a strip center. And he knows nothing about city government, but he wants to put in a strip center. So he hires an architect. And the architect is well known to the city, has done other projects like this before. And the architect would probably not consider himself a lobbyist. But he meets with us individually and says, hey, my developer guy that owns this property would like to put in the strip center, but it needs a CUP, it needs an additional driveway. There's some action that we as a city council, or maybe even the planning commission, has to take. Is that then, what is he considered then? Is he considered a lobbyist?
I think in your example, my interpretation would be that that architect is working on behalf of the client for tasks that an architect normally performs as a professional. Where does the driveway go? How big is the building? Can it be located on the lot? What's it going to look like, right? That's the architect performing as an architect. If I could just expand your hypothetical.
Please.
If that strip mall is inconsistent with the general plan, and the general plan says no strip malls on that site, and that architect comes in and says, hey, this would be a really great site for a strip mall, you should amend the general plan, to me, that's the line, right? That's where he stops being an architect and becomes a policy advocate, because he's telling the city council or the staff or the planning commission that the city's general plan should be amended to allow for this use.
And by this definition, I can completely agree with you. Whose responsibility is it to tell that architect he now has to register as a lobbyist? Whose responsibility will that be?
The burden of the ordinance as it's currently drafted and as the proposed revisions are drafted falls entirely on the lobbyist to determine whether or not they need to comply. And if they make essentially the wrong decision based on the wording of the lobbyist, then the city attorney or the city auditor, city clerk will contact them to say you need to register. But all of the compliance obligations in any of these ordinances are borne by the people who are getting paid to lobby.
Incidentally, Madam Mayor, I am supportive of this. However, I'm just trying to point out, do we have big holes that we're going to fall into later? And I have one last comment to make, and then I promise I'm done. I almost feel that if I'm going to meet with somebody, and this applies to all of us, based upon everything that we've been talking about over multiple weeks, I am probably going to ask the city attorney or the city clerk to prepare a document for me with a number of check boxes on it. And before I begin any conversation whatsoever with whoever this is sitting across from me, hand that to him and give him a few minutes to decide what he is and what he's here for. Because, and while this sounds flip, I don't mean it to be, not in any way, shape, or form, but I'm concerned that the actions and activities that we have with whatever the definition of these individuals are, we need to, we're depending upon them to make, to notice our city government. And if they don't, what happens? It's their fault. But using your example of a general plan amendment, and you may not have received these yet as a council member, but you certainly will. I don't think any of those individuals that contacted me would ever have considered themselves a lobbyist. Now they will be. And I think we need to make sure that they're aware. And I'm not comfortable in, just saying, okay, they're going to do this on their own. And yet, even with that and the concerns that I have, yes, am I supportive of expanding the lobbyist rules and everything? Yes, but I sense that there's some holes that we're going to fall into. That's all. I'm done.
No,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think those are really good points, and I think anytime we do something new or we update an ordinance, there's always that time that we need to be concerned with about re-educating those that are worked in the city and within the old parameters for a very long time. And so maybe that's something that as people make appointment requests, we can have both us and our council aides just advise and ask, can you please read our new lobbyist ordinance before the meeting? There is a curative process in there that the city clerk, if the city clerk is made aware, either via our calendars or from the auditor, that someone should register as a lobbyist, that's encompassed in here, and gives them an opportunity to either register and cure that or present their case why they are not a lobbyist under our ordinance. But of course, we're not trying to be heavy-handed. I don't think the intent is to be heavy-handed and punitive right out of the gate, because we are going to have a little bit of time to educate people that work in Anaheim for a long time, that aren't normally used to doing this. I think we got a little bit out of order, but Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Diaz, I believe you were up after Councilmember Meeks' comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, no, of course.
I'm okay with letting Councilmember Diaz go first.
Thank you. So after the FBI initial investigation, Councilmember Avelino Valencia did a lot of work. I did a lot of work in modifying the ordinance that the criminal activity was committed under. So this ordinance had nothing to do with the ordinance when the criminal activity was committed under. We increased the penalties, the maximum that a jurisdiction and us is allowed to do. So I'm going to ask the question, what's wrong with the current ordinance? Why do we have to change it? What's wrong with this one, with the one that we have right now?
I think that's a question for your colleagues, Councilmember Diaz. We were just responding to the discussion that happened on September 12th. We realized there was not unanimity, and so it's up to the council now to look at something that's before you, and if you decide you want to modify something, you don't want to go forward with this at all, you want to change definition, that's perfectly fine. We just wanted to present something that we thought in good faith was a presentation of some of the topics that you discussed.
That's fair. This is a copy of, similar to, for example, the city of LA. It's not working in the city of LA. Look at the multi-billion-dollar business that they have created to take advantage of the homeless, and they are not fixing the homeless issue. So this is not working in other jurisdictions. It's not working in other jurisdictions. I don't see why we need to change this. It's too intrusive, too complicated. It's going to hang in the court. Everybody has different interpretations here. What we know, take the current ordinance and outgrade the definition of a lobbyist and include unions. That's my proposal. Thank you.
I did want to clarify, maybe there's confusion. We did not include the exception for unions. In other words, they are included in this ordinance.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Craig, can I ask you, in your experience, has anything like this ever been challenged in court? Your mic, sorry.
Anything like the changes we're proposing?
Correct.
Perhaps many years ago, not in the last decade or so. The last piece of litigation that I recall that relates to an issue we're talking about here is the issue about exemptions for lawyers and other professionals. There is a case that holds that cities may not regulate lawyers when practicing law, and so that's why that language was changed to address that case. but I do not recall litigation regarding kind of whether cities can do this. It's generally accepted, and it's been going on for 30 years that I've been a lawyer. So no, I don't think there's much in the way of legal challenges to be concerned about here. The legal issues are more when there's an enforcement action and a defendant says, no, I wasn't lobbying, and the city has to say, yes, you are. That's when there's likely to be a litigation if we were going the criminal route to prosecute a violation.
Okay. So in terms of, and in what we're doing here, we are consistent with that case that you mentioned regarding lawyers and engineers and all that stuff.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with this based on the fact that this is language from other jurisdictions on the FPPC that our expert has said on the record that would create more clarification to our current lobbying ordinance, more structure, more transparency. And so I would, with the edit or the update or request from Mayor Pro Tem, I would make a motion to move this forward.
I'll second. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, so that would include removing the government affairs language?
That's my understanding of what the motion is. Is that correct, Councilmember Leon?
With your edit about removing government relations on there.
Okay, and Councilmember Meeks?
I just want to make it clear that when I vote against this, because I think everything that's written in here is just fraught for loopholes and complexity, my goal is really to be more transparent and not create opportunities for gotcha or mistakes or burden or any of that. I really was looking for something that was broad, that made all of our calendars transparent on everybody that we were meeting with and on what. And I am going to continue to fight that fight, and I don't think this is the answer for it. So I'm sure I'll hear about it in some, Facebook post or something that I wasn't voting for transparency. But I really am, and I'm just not sure that this is the way to get there.
Councilmember Kurtz, did you have a comment?
I do. I have a couple of I think they're easy questions. I just want to make sure, I want to clarify in my mind. When labor is advocating for a contract, that is not lobbying, correct?
We did not add an exemption for labor organizations like you've seen in other cities, right? So if there is a in-house lobbyist for a labor organization who meets the definition of in-house lobbyist, and they're advocating for a labor contract as a lobbyist, they would need to register. If they hire an outside lobbyist to do that, they would qualify as a lobbyist.
Okay, I had some language in here someplace where these exceptions shall not apply to direct communications with members for the purpose of influencing a decision to award or deny a contract.
I regret using a double negative. Yeah, it's the exception that's not included. So whereas some cities accept those advocating for labor agreements, we did not include that exception. So in other words, they would apply.
So our own employees, if they're advocating and speaking on behalf of their union, advocating for a contract, would be lobbyists?
I don't think so, because they're not being paid or employed by the labor organization to do that. But if the labor organization hires somebody to do that, they probably would. Or if they contract with somebody, obviously they would.
Okay, that's interesting. That's not what I'm reading here, but, okay. We've got two huge projects coming, and so we've got Disney Forward, we've got OC Vibe coming, and they have a team of people that are meeting and continue to meet with department heads, in some case city manager, and they're obviously advocating for their project and discussing details. And is that advocating? Is that lobbying?
If they're advocating for a administrative hearing, for example, something that's coming up before the Planning Commission, it could be, assuming that, again, they're otherwise qualified as lobbyists under the definition of the ordinance.
Okay, I'm having a little difficulty understanding that. So if we're meeting, if some of our department heads or city manager are meeting with OC Vibe folks, and they're just talking technicalities of the project, that's not lobbying.
If it's in connection with just, engineering work or designs without this being an advocation for some administrative action in the future, then probably not. I can say even under our current ordinance, things are subjective. Nothing is crystal clear. We're always going to have issues of interpretation. So we're going to continue to have issues of interpretation in the future. I can tell you there are sophisticated people who advocate for businesses that understand that they have to be careful about these kind of things, and they study these things, and they'll work with us, right? They'll work with us to ensure that the kind of communications they have are either not or are lobbying. So that will continue to happen, and hopefully we'll be able to work with them in a collaborative way so that we make sure we capture the proper communications and don't, over-regulate.
Okay, my last point, a meeting with a registered lobbyist is not a meeting that has to be reported by either who they're meeting with or the lobbyist if it is not, they're not advocating something. So they come talk to us about a nonprofit that's doing great work out in the community and want us to take a look at it. That's not lobbying.
Doesn't sound like it to me, no.
Okay, thank you.
And we should just to clarify, there's no obligation in this ordinance on the part of the government official to file a report. You're going to be asked for information to help the auditor out, but there's not a law that says you must report every contact from a lobbyist. And we drafted it intentionally that way because obviously the incentive would be for people to just say, well, I'm not having any meetings anymore. So that's the way the ordinance is drafted. The burden's on the lobbyist. Officials can help inform, but there's not a legal penalty for forgetting about a meeting, for example.
Okay, and I'm in support of it. I have some questions, and I think we're going to run into some difficulties, maybe not difficulties, but some questions about am I a lobbyist? Am I performing lobbyist duties? Am I not? Do I register? And we just refer them to city clerk?
Typically, city clerk, who usually, depending on the complexity, will contact our office and we'll work together. That happens today.
Thank you.
And Mayor, can I clarify one answer that I think we
Please, thank
missed
you.
earlier on to Councilmember Diaz's question about in-house lobbyists for public agencies? I did not recall at the time, I apologize, but there already is an exemption in your ordinance for public officials acting in their official capacity. So a public official, whether it's a staff member or an elected official who comes to advocate, if they're acting in an official capacity, already is exempt from the ordinance, and there's no proposal to change that. I apologize for not recalling that earlier.
No, thank you for that point of clarification. So Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Leon.
And I know there's a motion and a second, so just one thing to kind of piggyback off of Councilmember Kurtz. And I think you may have answered it, but I do want clarification, and I think it may be beneficial to include this in the language. But our municipal labor unions, I would like to protect them and their advocacy for their agreements. So if we inserted language that said a municipal labor union, I'm not talking about the Unite Here's of the world. I'm talking about IBEW, our police association, our fire, AMEA, those AFSHME, like they should not have to register as lobbyists to talk to their elected officials. I disagree. You do? I don't think they should have to talk to us. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, some cities do exempt labor organizations for MOUs. We didn't include that. Obviously, if that's something you want to include, that's fine. Under the current language, it would only apply to those who are paid lobbyists, either internal paid lobbyists to labor organizations or external. So that's the current intent. It wasn't intended to cover every member of the union who talks to you. Paid lobbyists, people who are employed basically to lobby. But like I said, other cities have exempted those, so that would be within the council's discretion to do as well.
So that would be my recommendation, is to exempt those individuals. I mean, I think it's helpful, especially because we are the governing body that will review and approve a labor negotiation when it comes to, we don't do the negotiating for just those people who are here. It gets brought to us by human resources or an outside entity. I think it's helpful to hear from our labor unions to understand how the negotiation's going from their perspective and how it's going from ours, because it's three sides to every story. So I would advocate, or at least request, that we have language in there that protects our municipal labor unions from being considered a lobbyist. I'm not talking about the carpenters or Unite Here or UFCW, who are not municipal employees. Those are private entities. They don't have anything to do with city business. They're not paid under our budget. I think we should protect the employees who are working within the city and those labor unions that are negotiating. So if you would entertain an amendment to your motion to include that change, that's something I can support.
Ma'am, I think, I don't think I fully agree, just because our employees are already exempted from having to register as lobbyists, because they are city employees, and we're essentially concluding that they are not being paid by the union, so therefore they wouldn't have to register. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
But for example, IBW, like John Baca, is not an employee anymore. He's paid by the union to represent. He doesn't work for Public Utilities anymore.
Yeah. He's a lobbyist.
So I don't think we should include our municipal employees. I like to have all.
Let's just try to speak one, which we're not speaking over each other, just so we have a clear record. So
If I can just get that clarification. So currently, if an employee comes to us and says, hey, I'm a member of this union, our contract is coming up here, here, and here, these are the issues that we have as employees with some of the negotiations, are they required to register as lobbyists?
Doesn't sound like from that example, no.
Okay. If there is a paid representative from that union coming to us saying, hey, we're hearing from your employees about contract A, B, and C, we would like for you to consider D, E, and F. Would that person have to register as a lobbyist?
They're paid $500 or more, correct?
Okay, so for me, I want to make sure that we're being equal across the board. Again, we're already exempting our employees. They have absolutely every right to come and speak to us. But what we're trying to get to, again, the core issue is who has a vested and financial interest based on the decisions that are made from the body of this council. And so I hope that exemption, the fact that any employee really can just come and speak to us, it's already there. And so I think for that reason, I wouldn't ask for that amendment.
yeah, I want to just follow up because I tend to agree. I think for me, the point of this lobbying ordinance is that Anaheim citizens deserve to know who has the ear of their elected officials, and it shouldn't matter, what side of the argument you are. It should apply equally across the board and should be implemented and enforced across the board. I mean, the reason I'm supportive of this ordinance with the caveat that we're taking out that language about government officials and government affairs officers is that we're expanding the rules and the definition around lobbying, and we're able to emphasize the importance of enforcement, record retention, and having an auditor so that it has some teeth. I think we've heard time and time again that having things like this that don't have any teeth opens it up and makes it even more ripe to violation. But this is something that's been tested in other jurisdictions. It's not something that we are, inventing the wheel all on our own. But at the end of the day, I think we owe it to the citizens of Anaheim to have a very clear picture both sides of the issue, who is speaking and who has the ear of their elected officials. I believe Councilmember Kurtz, did you want to weigh in?
Yes. So back to the point that the Mayor Pro Tem made. During contract negotiations, contracts up, we go heavy into negotiations. Many times our employees take a short leave, are paid by the union to negotiate a contract. So the moment they do that, they need to register as a lobbyist.
They're negotiating a contract with city staff?
Well, they're negotiating a contract with Human Resources, aren't they?
I don't believe just the act of negotiating a contract.
But then they advocate with us for that.
That would be different, yeah.
Yeah. So they would have to register even though, because they're getting paid by the union at that moment.
To advocate for agreement with you, yes, it would be covered under the new language.
If the payment is $500 or more.
Yeah, I mean, we don't exempt unions now. So if someone is being paid by a lobbyist, they're not employed by they're not employed by the labor union, and they're being paid $500 or more as a lobbyist to lobby on behalf of the labor organization, I think they're covered now, right? Yeah, they're covered now. So we're not adding any, additional regulations for paid outside lobbyists. We're just including internal employees who would also lobby on behalf of that organization. And we're not exempting, we're not recommending an exemption, or we haven't included an exemption for labor organizations. So that if you would like to, as the Mayor Pro Tem has done so, you could always add that if you'd like.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I may make one more point, I apologize because I didn't make the point that I was actually going to make. I wonder, Rob, if it makes sense to, I was going to ask to amend my motion to add direction to staff on creating informational sheet that you can share with us that we can use, as well as direction to update our website to include additional information and highlight the updates that we hope that are being considered if this were to pass, to start getting some more information, and that way we're not just, I think to somebody's point, we're not just coming up and saying, oh, we have a new ordinance and you didn't follow it. We're being proactive in sharing that information. And so I would amend, if the Madam Mayor who seconded the motion would be open to that amendment to the motion, to move this forward with Madam Mayor Pro Tem's request of removing government relations, just the term, and then adding direction to staff to create informational documents and updating the website so that we're providing this information proactively.
Yeah, and I was just talking to the city manager. That would typically be in their role. And we don't, I mean, you can go ahead and do that, but I'm confident that the city manager's office would be proactively doing that in any event.
Okay, if
Yeah,
you're
I
okay
agree.
to second that.
That would be helpful.
And the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, with no further comments, I think we have a motion, a second to vote on the item as amended.
I have a question.
Sorry?
So City Attorney, or Mr. Favela, can you tell me what cities exempt labor unions for contract negotiations?
When we did the September 12th report, I think we cited Oakland, Sacramento, and San Diego, and I believe all three of them exempted labor organizations advocating for their own MOUs. I believe all three of them did. At least two did.
So I personally won't support this ordinance without having that exemption in the language. So that's, I'm a big advocate. My dad is a 41-year member of IBEW. I come from a labor family. I really do believe that as an elected, it's my responsibility to get all sides to every story, and I don't want to overcomplicate. We already have labor negotiations that go on for a year without people having a contract, and I just think that this will further complicate that. So to protect our employees without that language being inserted into this for municipal, limited to the MOU negotiations, I can't support this change.
I can't either.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Fessel?
I need clarification of what exactly the Mayor Pro Tem has requested. Does it apply to a paid lobbyist? And you've already mentioned John Baca, and I don't think there's any question that John Baca would be a paid lobbyist. Are you saying something about a lineman that comes in and sits with us and say, hey, we really need to consider a contract, something like that?
I would like the language that's in those other agreements that specifically talks about any labor union negotiating their employment MOU or their labor agreement MOU with the city. And it's not limited to employees. I think it's whoever is their advocate for them, their labor negotiator, whatever their structure is for getting their agreements through. I think that would be important.
Okay, so to use your example, then John Baca, who you called out,
He's an employee of IBEW.
employee absolutely of IBEW, you would exempt him from this.
I would exempt the MOU negotiation from this. But him as that. So here's the example. John is an employee of IBEW. And I'm going to give this example at probably the risk of getting in trouble. Pete is not an employee of the police association. He is a lobbyist. He should register. But John Baca is an employee of IBEW. So he's employed by the labor union. That's different.
I can't support that.
So that's my recommendation.
May I suggest, and see if Councilmember Fessel, your thoughts on this, if we make it specifically for MOUs. So we're going to specifically say locals, that not just this broad group, broad umbrella, be specifically to the locals related to Anaheim municipal employees, specifically for MOUs.
Is that similar to what the language is in the other cities?
The answer is yes. And just giving you an example, Sacramento exempts, as from the definition of lobbyist, person whose communications relate to collective bargaining agreements between Sacramento and its bargaining units. Oakland has a similar exemption, and San Diego doesn't have that exact language, but it has the same effect.
So we'd be making it specific for MOU negotiations. If I'm hearing that's amenable to you.
Yeah, that's the type of exemption we've seen in other cities.
Okay, so then if there is a development coming before the city, and there are labor unions coming before us, and if it's a paid employee following that same definition, then they would essentially have to register as a lobbyist because they would be potentially advocating for that project, hypothetically.
If they spend substantial time
Being paid more than $500.
for doing that.
If it's not related to their labor contract, is your amendment? Yes. Is that fair? Yes. Okay.
Yes, I'm not talking about like a car wash. I'm talking about their labor agreement specifically.
Specifically the labor agreement. I think Councilmember Fessel has a question.
And I've heard your option very clearly. Under what other condition might we see somebody from the unions? We're only going to see them as it pertains to labor negotiations. And I think we have probably heard from the public more than many times about the influence that that some of our labor unions may or may not have on us. If that is indeed the case, I think they need to be included, or else we're giving I think that's just a big loophole. I'm not sure I can, and I want to be supportive, but that's just, if they're coming before us, call it what you want to. It sounds like lobbying to me.
I think I'm comfortable
Councilmember
with...
Leon?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologies. I think given that clarification, because I think there is a similar concern, Councilmember Fessel, of, I think the way you mentioned it the first time was, well, we're just generally excluding municipal unions for everything. Given what I've heard from the city attorney, based on the exemptions that are in other cities, that it's limited specifically to their labor MOU agreements with the city, I'm okay with making my amendment. Or making your amendment part of my motion.
Yeah, and you know, I understand both sides of the issue to be sensitive to Councilmember Diaz and Councilmember Fessel's concerns. And, I'm happy to accept that amendment on this narrow issue because, to your point, if it's a development project, if it's outside the scope of actually the MOUs, I think we're covering that. And I do think, and I do want to get to Councilmember Meek's point about our calendars. At the end of the day, we want people to transparently know who we're meeting with, and it will be covered in that lane where if we are having sit-down meetings with the president of the APA or the president of the Anaheim, AMEA, et cetera, about this, it will be disclosed and it will be out there. It's just going to be out there in a different mechanism. So do we have any other further comments? The friendly amendment was accepted by the motion maker and the second. Do we have any further comments, or I think we're just going to call the vote?
I'm going to call the question, but I think.
Yeah, no, just the same comment I had for the last type of revision you made for the last item is because this is something we probably want to include the specific language for. I think it would be a similar motion to bring this back for an initial reading at the next meeting with the direction you're giving us, which, by the way, was fully anticipated. You might want to make changes, and we'd have to do this. We wanted to just get something on paper for you all to discuss.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So we just are then going to do the same process, vote to bring it back with the direction, both the ordinance with those changes and the direction that we will work with the city manager's office to develop an instrument to help educate the public going forward.
Right, and if I, just to clarify, we're eliminating the government relations language, and then we're also adding an exemption for labor organizations who are advocating for an MOU with the city.
Correct. Labor agreements, yeah. So our municipal.
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fussell?
I'm going to support this because I think the whole lobbying issue is important, and I will support that. I'm just going to, and I won't even go on record because I've already talked about this, but I disagree with my colleagues on the labor MOU activities. Nonetheless, I will support the action. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If people could please vote.
The vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Councilmember Diaz and Councilmember Meeks. The ordinance is introduced with the direction to come back with the amendments and come back for a first reading in our next council meeting.
Thank you.
Just one other thing, it just occurred to me as I'm looking at Craig Steele is we were going to have Craig come back on the campaign reform issue as well. So if you can give us a little flexibility to work on his schedule as far as whether it's the next meeting or the meeting after that, so we make sure we coordinate his involvement to correspond to both of those items, that'd be great.
So you're
It would either be at the
to
next.
have those, the first reading of this brought back on the same night that he's going to be here for the
Right.
campaign finance ordinance anyways.
To give us that flexibility. We may not do that, but just to give us that flexibility.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I just make a quick point of personal privilege, just want to thank Craig and thank staff. I know that you're all putting a lot of work into this, and no one said it was going to be an easy process, but appreciate all your efforts in working together with us. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember. So item 20 is a discussion on potential revisions to Anaheim Municipal Code section to require lobbyists who act as advisors to city officials to report their advisory contacts to the city as requested by the Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. City Manager, may we please have a staff report, and then I will turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem to lead the discussion.
I'd ask for a staff report from the city attorney, please.
My Granicus just disappeared, so I'm going to go off of my notes here. At the September 26, 2023 City Council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba requested a discussion item regarding a consultant engagement ordinance. The Mayor Pro Tem's intent was to present an item in part to prevent lobbyists from parlaying their access to City Hall to advance their lobbying businesses. Based on that direction, we worked with the Mayor Pro Tem, and staff is presenting a potential modification that would require lobbyists who are acting as advisors to city officials to report their advisory contacts to the same extent and in the same manner they report lobbying activities. This requirement would apply during the time someone is a registered lobbyist for the city and for 2 years after they cease their lobbying activity in the city. As currently proposed, the disclosure requirement is limited to contacts with elected officials, but whether it should have broader application is subject to council discussion. With that, I'll defer to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Rob. So I really just wanted to bring this item to council for discussion. I'm open to everybody's feedback, but I will disclaimer for full transparency the reasons why I think that this would be something that we should consider adopting in the city. As you all know, there were consultants, and I won't name any names, who had a lot of access to City Hall but were not registered as lobbyists. So they were working on behalf of a major employer in the city and also advising our former mayor. And I think this ordinance, when working with the city attorney, was really to help solve that issue. That is at least in my opinion, a conflict of interest to be working for the Angels, for example, and then also providing free services and advice to the mayor of the city. So the intention behind this ordinance or this discussion, this item, is really to help prevent that from happening in the future. So I'm open to everybody's feedback. This is really just the beginning stages. As you can tell, there is an ordinance that already exists, and working with the city attorney's office, the content in red is what we have added to help prevent this from happening. I know I'm not naive to the fact that there might be people who are already following the law who would be complying with this, and maybe bad actors would not. But in full transparency, I feel that we need to solve for the problem that occurred, and I'm hoping that we might be able to come to a consensus that works for our city. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my council colleagues for discussion and any questions.
Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, I'm likely supportive of this, but we're using a term, and I'm not sure if we've defined it. The term as an advisor, paid or unpaid, I understand. Is this like, I mean, if I drop by somebody's office and I ask him a question about something, is that then defined, he's now an advisor? What is the definition of advisor?
I think it would be more of an egregious situation. So, for example, in the case of the Angels, when you have somebody who's a paid consultant for the Angels who advocates on their behalf or their business does, and then they spend a significant amount of time with an elected official, maybe like 20 hours a week, 5 hours a week, advising them on, ways that they should be voting. That's the intention behind this ordinance. It's not just somebody who drops in and has a conversation. I also want a disclaimer, this is also the intention behind this is not to apply to maybe somebody who works at the gas company or at Edison who might want to be employed at the city at some point as an actual employee of the city, not just an unpaid advisor. So the intention behind this is to really help with the conflict of interest opportunities that may occur in a city like Anaheim. And specifically giving you the example, that real life situation that did happen with the Angels and our elected officials. So,
Mayor Pro Tem, I would feel better if we could define the term advisor.
Okay.
Because this is all keyed to that word. And, you said, well, somebody, 5 hours or more. Well, 4 hours, 3 hours, 20 minutes, 2 questions. I'm just, once we hammer this in granite, it's going to be hard to change it.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that we all understand what an advisor is. Is that a kitchen cabinet member? Is it somebody that you have lunch with on occasion? I don't know. And I'd feel better being able to vote on this if I understood the term a little bit more.
Yeah, now that's open to discussion for sure.
And I can provide some input as well. So I'm not sure if it captures everybody that the Mayor Pro Tem was mentioning. We did understand it. Again, the subject to discussion, you all can make this as robust as you'd like. But the current revisions apply only to those who are lobbyists, right? They're lobbying, Anaheim and other contexts, but they may not be lobbying by providing advice to a city official. And, I'm going to go ahead and name a name if y'all don't mind. Jeff Flint was a lobbyist. He was also part of the former mayor's advisory team. I think that was made very public. He said he had others, but Jeff Flint was among them. That was not technically lobbying activity under a lobbyist ordinance if he's just providing advice, but he's not lobbying on behalf of any particular organization. Let's assume that's the case factually. This would capture that type of advice. So even though it may not be lobbying in that specific instance because he's not representing anybody in that specific instant, he's a registered lobbyist. He should have been a registered lobbyist, and he's now providing regular advice to the mayor. It would capture that. Right? There could be others that you seek advice from that aren't required to be lobbyists. Those would not be covered under the current rendition. If you want to do a more robust definition of who should be covered under this, that's fine. We can consider that. But the current what's currently before you doesn't include that. Also, we actually do have a definition of advisor, and that's subject to discussion and change. For purposes of this section, as we put it, advisor means someone who provides input by way of advice, guidance, information, or speaking points on matters relevant to the city. The speaking points was intentional. I believe the Mayor Pro Tem wanted to capture situations where, just hypothetically, maybe a lobbyist was providing prepared statements for one of the elected officials. It would cover that. So that was the intent, covers current lobbyists who are being sought, or who have access to City Hall as advisors. And I think, again, the intent was, okay, they're using that in with the city to parlay their lobbying activities, whether it's on other instances. So that was the intent of it. Whether this is the perfect way of doing that, we don't know, but we wanted to at least throw something out there.
I wanted to, I know Council Member Meeks had a question, and then I have a couple of questions, but you rang in first.
I guess I want to explore, is there a better way to approach this from a conflict of interest perspective? Because I do have concerns, particularly with how we've expanded the definition of lobbyist. And so now you have somebody that works in government relations for a company, whether it's the gas company or Disney or whatever, and they want a job in customer service in our utilities department, and they're the best qualified person, but under this, they can't work here for 2 years. I think we're restricting people's freedom of searching for jobs, and I know that Mayor Pro Tem didn't intend, it to apply to somebody that just happened to be in this position and wants this position, and they don't have any content on trying to do anything or influence the city, and probably haven't done anything because they're probably may not be at a level to do it. So I think it's too broad in how we limit people's freedoms to look for other jobs at some levels. And so maybe approaching it as a conflict of interest thing, something our ethics officer could look at, or just reporting the activity, once again, who are you meeting with, who you're talking to, and what are you talking about? That's kind of the baseline transparency I'd like us to focus on.
Just for clarification, we did not add the language about not hiring lobbyists during their lobbying activity or 2 years thereafter. That's in our current Sunshine Ordinance.
But we've expanded that definition of
Oh,
lobbyists
yes.
through,
You're right.
or we may.
You're right.
Under
If you-
the previous thing, and so it encompasses people at a lot of different levels that
You're right. So
I don't think
you're right.
need to address.
Under the expanded definition, if you register as a lobbyist, as an in-house lobbyist, you're right, they'd be prohibited under this provision.
Yeah.
Mr. City Attorney, I had a question before we change. So it makes sense to me that we don't want city employees. Is it right now, is there anything in our municipal code where if you are you are an employee of the city and you are working closely with one of our major stakeholders in the community, that you leave the city and then jump into work into one of the major stakeholders in the city on a city project? Do we have anything that prevents that right now?
Yes, we do. I think it limits, if they go to, and I'm kind of going off memory because I don't have it in front of me, but I believe if you are working internally on a project as a city employee, you can still go over to that company, but you can't work on that project, I think is how it's worded, something to that effect, for, I believe, a period of 2 years.
Because that makes sense to me, because the concern is, while you're here, are you serving a different master if you automatically jump and then work on a project? But what would be the, I guess, what was the scenario that made it, if you are a paid lobbyist and you're lobbying the city of Anaheim, that would somehow disrupt you from then working for the city? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, even before the mayor pro tem's changes, just what was the reason that we're restricting employment of registered lobbyists from being city employees for 2 years?
Oh, I wasn't here when that was passed, so that was whatever the council was thinking back in 2017. It's in our current rules, so we haven't been asked to readdress that or to eliminate that, but if that's the direction of the council, happy to consider that.
Okay, I think Mayor Pro Tem, you had a point of clarification.
No, I was just, I think, building off of what you and Councilmember Meeks, since that language was already in there, I mean, I would be open to modifying that so it doesn't limit employment. Because the point that I was trying to get to is somebody who's going to act as an advisor, not necessarily become an employee, because there are restrictions on employees working for other companies, right? They either have to disclose. And that's the other thing I want to point out is this is not an ordinance yet. The intention today is to get feedback from council and then request that staff come back with an ordinance for us to review. But it also does include language in here that says that they would just have to disclose. And I believe that that's constitutional, right?
The advisor situation, yeah, we didn't want to have a prohibition because of the First Amendment implications.
I tried to get that, but Rob advised against it, so.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Leon and then Councilmember Diaz.
Sorry, I think that was the clarification that I was going to ask about, that there is that, unless all contacts as an advisor are reported to the city clerk, so you can still technically become a city employee. You just have to disclose all that information. Is that correct? As it is currently written? No.
Yeah, the current statute prohibits lobbyists from working with the city currently or for 2 years after the last lobbying activity with Anaheim.
Got it. And so then, I remember we met and you said that lawyers read selectively, so maybe I didn't read, I'm not a lawyer, but maybe I didn't read the whole thing. So, no, let me read this. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm taking up time. Let me read this, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's, well, I'm sorry, I'm going out of order. Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Kurtz, and then I'll.
It's a long night, Mayor. Thank you. So this is way too intrusive for me. I'm going to give an example. Mayor, you created like an advisory committee about reforms in the city. I don't want to take that power from you to select the people that you're comfortable with, people that you trust on them. They're not getting paid. It's an advisory. Why should I take that from you? You should be able to pick whatever you want. What happened here was corrupt people got together, and this won't prevent that. They could be advising the ex-mayor and not have the title and still doing the same thing. So this won't prevent that. That's my point. I don't want to take that prerogative from the mayor or anybody here from getting advice from somebody that they trust. So this is a big no for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. Two things. Since we're considering this whole section here, I'm wondering why the 2 years. I know in the state, it's 1 year. And so just wondering if we could consider 1 year and not 2. But as I'm reading this, it says, if a person is a registered lobbyist, they can still act as an advisor as long as contacts are reported to the city clerk consistent with section 1.107. What is that section? Because I didn't memorize the sections.
That's the section that requires them to report their lobbying activity. So it'd be consistent with that.
Okay, so they could still advise, they just have to note that meeting. Thank you.
So Councilmember Kurtz was the last one. Do we have any other further comments? I just want to make sure I don't go out of order. Yeah, I guess my concern is twofold. One, kind of similar to what Councilmember Meeks brought up, considering we are now, we are potentially going to expand the universe of who is going to be a required lobbyist, I would feel more comfortable not banning them from being a city employee. If they would like to go from a high-paying lobbyist job to come be a public servant, I think we should encourage that. But I do think maybe not working on the project that they were lobbying. I think the 1 year point. I think the concern really is the other way. It's a city employee either coming back and lobbying their former colleagues or lobbying the department that they came from. I think that's the revolving door scenario that we're really concerned of. So I would like to, maybe at the same time that we are considering the lobbying ordinance, weigh in on disclosing if you were a lobbyist and you now work for the city, you have to maybe as part of your paperwork disclose the projects that you were working on. But I tend to agree with my council colleague, Mr. Diaz, in that, I think it's hard to control who people get advice from, who is in their circles, who they rely on, who they trust. And which is one of the reasons that I made my Mayor's Advisory Committee public. I wanted people to know because I thought that was a special circumstance. My concern when I read this, and I think I asked the city attorney when we were talking about, I like the idea with consultants and lobbyists, us being up front, and maybe our calendars will take care of that. But when we're talking about just getting information, so if a former lobbyist of the city of Anaheim sends us a newsletter on projects that they're working from just via email, would that be considered sharing information? Would that be, I think we need to just be really thoughtful about who the advisor is, how long we want them to ban, and then maybe is there another way that we can disclose who we're getting advice from, either via our calendar or another mechanism that covers the same thing. Because as far as advice, guidance, speaking points specifically, I think maybe there's another way we can disclose that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I'll take each of the things you said in sections to address them. So I'm totally open to everybody's feedback. So 1 year is, I think, fine. The employment part, I don't know what the intention was behind it initially, but I do agree I don't want to prevent somebody who's a government affairs person from SoCal Gas, for example, to come work at the city of Anaheim. So I don't know if we can add maybe contractual employment to that instead of a city employee, because they would be a city employee. A contractual person would be somebody who actually submits their time card or time sheet. So I don't know if that's something to consider. And then I think the last item that you mentioned was the... Oh, information. Yeah, like I mentioned, I'm trying to solve for the egregious actions, not a newsletter. I think a newsletter is helpful to understand what projects are going on and what news everybody in government affairs or good has a newsletter, I suppose. But I am not opposed to also putting examples in here. We have clear examples of misconduct that have occurred in the city. We should insert that into the ordinance as, for example, this is, the issue that we're trying to solve. I don't know if that's something that we can include, but so I'm okay with the 1 year. I'm okay with modifying the employment element because I do not want to prevent people from getting gainful employment with a nice pension at the city of Anaheim.
Yeah.
and then also the newsletter. So I think including examples of what rises to the level of a conflict of interest is probably beneficial. Just, I mean, case law helps us to decide issues, right? Or decide what direction.
And I was reminded, I wasn't here, like I said, but those who were here have reminded me that I think the original intent of the no employment of lobbyists rule was to prevent lobbyists from acting as council aides.
Oh, okay, perfect. And that's what we should probably not have, right?
Right. I mean, it's up to the council, but yeah, I think that was the original intent. It's obviously broad enough to include anybody in the city, but I think that was the original intent of this.
And we should probably just say that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm all for, let's just be clear. So let's maybe include that in the ordinance if for the, when it comes back for everybody to review. So any other feedback?
Is that clear? Can we,
Let's see. Well, there hasn't been a vote, so if council as a whole is comfortable with us, distilling this information into something more formal, we'll continue to work with the mayor pro tem. It is her item, so if you're comfortable with that, we'll continue to do that. Otherwise, if we want more specific direction, then we'd need a vote.
no, I think if you have the information you need, and I think just the time, bringing it back at the same time we're considering the lobbyist ordinance would be helpful.
Okay, will do.
So continue this then?
Yes. We're going to continue this to the meeting where we're having the lobbyist ordinance, but we do not need to vote on that. Thank you. So moving on is item 21, to discuss and provide direction on the possible expansion of a whistleblower protection policy, the possible expansion or modification to the city's ethics hotline, and possible consequences for findings of council member misconduct. Mr. City Manager, may we have a report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Assistant City Manager Garcia, please.
Where are all my notes?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm joined up here I'm here with Joe Romines. As I can. I'm like, who is this? No, this is Joe Romines, our audit manager, who's joining me on the dais tonight to discuss this item. This item before you is to discuss and provide direction to staff on three different items: the possible expansion of a whistleblower protection policy, the possible expansion or modification to the city's ethics hotline, and possible consequences for findings of councilmember misconduct. So let's start with the first one, which is an overview of existing law and regulations regarding whistleblowing. So there are three major codes that address this topic. First one being Labor Code 1102.5. That prohibits whistleblower retaliation, which is defined as the employer taking adverse action against an employee who disclosed information that the employee has reasonable cause to believe shows a violation of law. Number two is the Fair Employment and Housing Act. Also prohibits retaliation against any employee who complains, testifies, or assists in a proceeding on such a complaint, but it is limited to complaints about violations of FEHA's provisions, i.e. discrimination, harassment, retaliation, request for accommodation, et cetera. And then the third is the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, Government Code 3506, and that also prohibits retaliation defined as interfere with, intimidate, restrain, coerce, or discriminate against public employees for engaging in protected union activities. And then finally, the city's administrative regulations also cover this topic. AR 243 prohibits retaliation against employees who exercise a right under the law, report a complaint, associate with the complainant, or participate in an investigation. AR 243 also expressly prohibits whistleblower retaliation in retaliation for union activities. A separate AR 240, outlines the city's non-discrimination program and prohibits retaliation or reprisal for filing a complaint or cooperating as a witness. Retaliation is also prohibited in AR 245, our anti-violence policy, AR 130, our fraud policy, and AR 252, our lactation accommodations policy. So all that being said, staff is comfortable that the current laws and regulations provide sufficient protection for whistleblowers However, there are always opportunities to further educate employees and officials about the rights and obligations to ensure that no one is deterred from whistleblowing and that those who whistleblow are sufficiently protected from retaliation. Next up is our fraud hotline. Again, to increase accountability and transparency within city operations, a hotline was launched by the city in May of 2017. The hotline offers city employees, contractors, residents, and others a way to report suspected fraud, waste, and abuse. And that can be done 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The city's internal audit division is responsible for overseeing the fraud hotline and managing the hotline services and confidential reporting tool that is provided by Navex Global, our third-party vendor. AR 130 provides guidance to employees when fraud, waste, or abuse of authority and/or position is known or suspected, and AR 130 also defines the acts that constitute reporting as well as the reporting procedures. So let's walk through the complaint processing. The initial review of an incoming complaint is typically performed by the audit division, with the matter being evaluated for next steps and possible investigation. Any investigations will be coordinated with the HR director, the city attorney, and other necessary individuals or authorities that have jurisdiction, depending on the issue. If the investigation substantiates that a reportable matter has occurred, internal audit in coordination with the applicable department head will issue a written memo or report to the city manager, city attorney, and HR director, and to the city council if deemed appropriate. Decisions to refer a report to the city's police department for a criminal investigation will be made in conjunction with the HR director and the city attorney. For complaints of fraud, waste, or abuse of authority in a position involving the city manager, the city attorney, or city clerk, the mayor and/or council will be notified. The mayor and/or council are responsible for determining further action on those types of complaints. It is important to point out that AR 130 requires that matters involving city campaign and lobbying violations to be referred to the city clerk's office, as opposed to reporting those through the hotline. So moving forward, the audit division is currently studying the hotlines of other cities and counties with a focus on identifying opportunities to improve our wording, descriptions used on our website and in our marketing materials of the fraud hotline to our residents and employees. The goal is to broaden the existing hotline language to better ensure it captures the matters of misconduct that may not be explicitly described within the hotline currently. The steps will ensure the hotline will be aligned with the proposed whistleblower protection policy. And finally, to our third bucket here, this is a discussion on consequences for findings of misconduct. Council discussed whether there was anything that could be done to bolster the consequences to council members, including the mayor, when they are found to have engaged in misconduct or malfeasance. Because city council members are elected officials, the traditional forms of discipline, such as suspensions, demotions, and terminations, are not available. However, the council has an inherent legislative right to censure its members at a public hearing by vote of the majority. While censure is not disciplinary per se, it is a formal statement of disapproval in the form of a resolution that may impact the council member, at least symbolically. In addition to the above, it should be noted that sustained findings of misconduct by council members are very likely to be considered public records already under current case law. So for example, where a Public Records Act made for a report finding that a member of council engaged in malfeasance, the city would likely be obligated to produce that record or a summary thereof after appropriate redactions. At its discretion, though, council could consider a policy that mandates the publication in some way of such findings after determination that they amount to public records with necessary redactions, particularly those designed to protect the privacy interests of complaining parties and witnesses, and after giving the elected official notice of the city's intent to publish. So just to clarify that point again, although there are already public records, if the council wanted to go a step further, they could create a policy that mandates the proactive publication of sustained findings. So that concludes the report on those three items, and the city attorney and the audit manager and myself are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that staff report. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Fessel for comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff. And it sounds like we already have facilities in place to address some of this. The only offer I might add is if and when we get a ethics officer in place, these fraud hotline might, and we may end up calling it something different, but probably should be directed to that individual rather than the audit department. I think at least my belief is, kind of hearing what we're expecting of this ethics officer, that's probably going to be the more appropriate location that they get directed to, and then it would be that individual or individuals' responsibility to direct them, such as the auditor is doing now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
That was quick, thank you. On the whistleblower, I agree with the staff saying that we have a good, strong policy right now, but I would encourage education, and maybe education that is aligned with my ethics training, something that is consistent and required every so often, whether it be a year or so. I don't know, I leave that to you to take a look at, but I think a policy that would ensure training is good. For the council, I agree with the censure. And did you consider a recommendation of removal from any representation they have outside of council, that they're appointed to? Appointed to a water district, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm looking at Rob because I don't want to.
Yeah, we did not, I'm sorry. So that could be certainly something we pursue as well if the council's interested.
Yeah, I think that is something that's available to the council, correct, as part of that discussion of censure or any other actions.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? So if you make a motion to have somebody censured, what was the second part?
Well, I think the question was, could a consequence be a removal of an elected official off of a commission or board? I mean, that's, in most cases, that's within the discretion of the council in any event, because they usually appoint them. But if that is, something that you want to make specific as to a consequence of any sustained findings as a possibility, then we could look at that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Diaz.
The only thing I want to mention is for item C with consequences or findings of misconduct. In this world of everybody getting canceled, I would like to include language that talks about a due process. So after thorough investigation by an independent body, that's when an elected official would be deemed to have, so I think we need to insert that language in there too. And I would not be opposed to, a stipend being withheld. So we, as council members, get a monthly stipend for serving. Perhaps there's a fine affiliated with some whatever action we take, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you. So I agree with 1 and 2, the way the staff put it in. Number 3, so in 2.5 years, a council member was forced to resign for inappropriate text messages, and a mayor was forced to resign for an FBI investigation. So the system is working. It's working. Somebody's caught in deep corruption. They basically cannot govern. The people it's making so much pressure that they have to resign. It's working the way it is now. And let's be careful with all the members of city council removing council members or taking their ability, because it could become a political nightmare. Ultimate, the people that put us in this position, they will take us out. It has been working so far, so I don't want to complicate something that could become a political tool to remove people from office when the system is working. 1 and 2, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. Yeah, happy with the staff report. I think that the whistleblower protection policies and laws are adequate. And with moving forward on looking at the ethics hotline and just doing a better job of defining that and advertising that and training towards that. And I think, as Councilmember Diaz said, there's enough public input on any council member misconduct and availability for censure and things like that, that I think that we're good there too. So yeah, we can move forward with this, I think.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick clarification, mentioned that the audit division is currently studying other cities' hotlines. Do you have a timeline in terms of when you think you'd be able to come back to us with a recommendation for potential action?
Yeah, so this is something we've been looking at already, and I know Joe, as part of everything else he does for us in the city, has this on his plate and has been kind of working with the staff and studying this. I don't think it'll take much longer, and most importantly, once we find some best practices, we can implement them pretty immediately. It's just changing the look and feel of the website, putting some better materials together, doing an outreach plan with employees and residents, and there wouldn't be any further need to come back here for a formal thing. I discussed with Joe previously that once we do have some recommendations moving forward and materials created, we would obviously share that with this council via memo and let you know when we're ready to launch that.
Awesome. Yeah, I think this goes back to me to creating a safe and open environment for our employees to be able to be confident in pointing out things that maybe that definitely are illegal or unethical on all those activities, essentially creating another safeguard, or hopefully a better safeguard, if you will, in terms of making sure that we're operating ethically throughout the organization. I'm overall supportive of anything that we can do to empower our employees from all levels of our municipal government. And so want to make sure that we're doing that to help bring concerns up. I think the only comment, I don't disagree, Councilmember Fessel, about maybe having this hotline make its way to the ethics officer and then have the ethics officer be the one to maybe direct it to the auditing. And I'm sure we'll go, I don't think we need to go into detail currently right now in terms of that process, but I'm generally supportive of that. And then in terms of possible consequences, for council member misconduct, just want to make sure that anything that we're doing, we all for due process. Want to make sure that we're looking at legitimate concerns from the dais. So that's my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
And just so Councilmember Diaz, I completely agree with you on item C, but I want to just remind everybody, I'm pretty sure the intention behind this one was the harassment of city employees by elected officials as a result of, I think, an article that had come out and maybe JL report that there were allegations against not current council members doing this, but prior council members creating an unsafe environment for city employees, and that was not able to be addressed. So I'm pretty sure that was the intention behind this, not text messages to from one council person to another. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that this is the allegation of harassment that's independently investigated. As a person who was in the jail report falsely alleged to have done something, I would like there to be more clarification as to the intention behind item C. To your point, I definitely think that there's a lot of court of public opinion for behavior outside political activity, but I think the intention was to protect city employees from elected officials. Yeah. So we should probably clarify that.
Yeah, and maybe this is a good opportunity to clarify kind of what we're talking about in C. And I think we recapped, this would be a process that goes through HR, city attorney's office. There's a complaint, for instance. It's determined that it needs to be independently investigated. There may be a preliminary investigation with city staff, and then it would likely be kicked to a third-party investigator, and then there would be findings. And sometimes those findings are sustained, sometimes they're not sustained, right? And so I think the intent of this was, if there are sustained findings, then we would or could potentially proactively publish those findings after noticing the council member and also redacting appropriately to protect, those who are complaining and witnesses as well. Just want to make sure, Rob, that you're kind of seeing it the same way I am, and that, when we talk due process, that unsustained findings wouldn't necessarily be thrown about, because we want to prevent, allegations, and whether they're false or not. We don't want to just start publishing false allegations.
Right.
And so that's how I see it, and I think we've discussed as a staff that that's kind of the process we would follow.
Yeah, and this would not be new or unusual, because we do get requests now for, Public Records Act requests for reports, investigative reports, and that kind of thing, whether they involve employee or city official. The current state of the law on city officials, elected officials, is that pretty much those reports are public records. I mean, that's the current state of the law. It's a balancing act, but if you look at the current state, the higher you are on the totem pole, that includes like elected officials, city managers, superintendents, the more likely that any report that comes out is a public record. But having said that, it's subjective, and we do an internal analysis when those requests are made to ensure that we only provide that information that it actually is a public record. But it's very broadly interpreted right now by the courts. And so the only thing we're throwing out there is, typically if we get findings, we're not going to proactively publish them, but if someone makes a request for them and they're deemed to be public records, we produce them. So the only thing we'd be doing differently, if you all, want to do something like that, would be to proactively share what are otherwise public records.
Yeah, and to Councilmember Diaz's point, just to finish the point that I was making, that part is, I think we need to make sure that we're clear, because let's just say you have a non-majority of the council, and then you get that person who might be treated a little differently, and their findings would be published because they're not well liked. So I think that's definitely something maybe just I want to be mindful of, and I think that's probably a concern for other council members as well. And just to your point, that you described due process exactly like I was hoping you would. There would be an investigation, there would be a third party involved, somebody reputable that we work with, other than you know what I mean. So yeah.
Yes, but it would be hard to define that precisely. So I can say if we hire a third party and there's findings, even if it's a shoddy report under the current state of the law, it's probably a public record. So it's going to be hard to make that kind of distinction. Yeah. But at least, some sort of a reflection of what current law is, obviously we'd include that.
So just to be clear, you're saying it's a public record whether the reportable finding was sustained or not sustained?
For the higher level officials, like elected officials, and again, it'll depend on the facts of the case, right? But if there's a complaint made and the findings are not sustained, what some courts have said is that how the public agency responded to this complaint is of public interest. It's of compelling public interest. So even non-sustained findings are public records. Now, again, it also depends on the severity of the allegations being made. If it's just completely wacky or whatever, a court is likely not to find that to be a public record. But that's, like I said, that's not new. These kind of subjective evaluations happen now. So it would just be more proactively done if the council wants to go in that direction.
Thank you. I wanted to just follow up with the city manager's office. Can you describe what the process is right now for ethics or other training for city employees? Bueller.
I believe that's AB 1234, right? And so that would be every other year. Certificates are posted on the city's website. I expanded it administratively when I became city manager to extend beyond council to include department heads and I think certain mid-managers as well. So we expanded it quite a bit to a larger population of your managers beyond just the city council.
Okay, so I guess my question is then for when we talk about because I agree with the staff report that the current state of state law is sufficient to cover what we are trying to do. But I do agree with the comment that we can always do a better job to further educate our employees about what rights and obligations they have. So how would we do that if they are not required to take this, I guess, every other year ethics training?
Oh, I think an easy one could be new employee orientation. We get everybody when they get in the building and just make sure that they're educated on the fact that this fraud hotline exists and train them on how to use it and all that other good stuff. In addition, we could do, work with department heads to push down this information to their staffs, provide them with materials that kind of describe what the hotline is, what it's for, and that's kind of what we're talking about doing in terms of creating materials that could be up in every break room, in every kitchen, across City Hall in order to get to people. Also, HR puts on trainings regularly on a variety of topics, and we can certainly work with the HR director to kind of add this into the queue as an offering to our employees. And other creative ways, I mean, that's just off the top of my head on how we can do it.
Okay, I think those are really good ideas. 'Cause I just want you to know, I read those 8-point font state mandated posters that are in my break room on the regular.
Next to the copier, yeah, right.
And so I do really like the idea of just expanding what we already have with the fraud hotline just to encompass this. I just want to make sure that we're training people and reminding them that it's there. I definitely agree with the comments that it should be encompassed when we pass this ethics officer as someone that can work with HR. I had a question about the censure. So is censure something that is that something that's ever been done by the council?
Greg's been here a lot longer than I have in your
I
tenure.
don't recall in my time here. It's 18 years. No, I don't recall.
So the reason I'm asking is just to the Mayor Pro Tem's point about due process. So we do have a process for making a reportable finding, and I'm assuming the censure is something not to be abused and used regularly. It's for extremely egregious conduct. And does that only apply to council colleagues, or is that something that, under the way it's written, used for commissioners or members of our boards?
It's for council members, elected officials, for sure. Once it starts getting into appointed officials, there's going to be more restrictions, more due process protections, more First Amendment rights that are issued. But the U.S. Supreme Court has recently ruled that as to elected officials, there's no real First Amendment issues there. And they've been done historically for centuries, and therefore it's kind of an inherent legislative right.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just want to thank staff for putting the time and effort into this. I think that, to me, the safety, the protection of our city employees is of tantamount importance. And I think this is a good step to expand it, to make sure people know that there are ways that they can report behavior. I also think it's an important tool for the public to be able to use if there are questions or concerns about behavior, that there is someone that will then, through an ethics officer, look into that for them. So thank you for bringing this forward. Does anyone else have any comments or questions? Are there any further direction from staff? Direction to staff, sorry. I'm getting tired. Do we need to make a motion to?
I'm not sure if staff is clear on next steps. Other than we get the messaging that certainly the whistleblowing protections need to be fully advertised. That seems clear. Ethics hotline, I believe there's there's going to be something coming back after further investigation with other cities. I don't right now have any direction on anything other than the censure and what you currently have. if you'd like us to come back with something more on that, whether it's, investigating the issue of commissions and boards or stipends, that kind of thing, we can further look at that.
I was asking the questions about, and if my council colleagues want to weigh in, but for me, I feel like because we appoint our boards and our commissions, that there's accountability in that it's the person that appointed that person's responsibility if there's questions of behavior, and certainly if it goes to this ethics hotline that planning commissioner is behaving inappropriately, I think it's something that that council person would need to address if there was a reportable finding. And so I think we have a lot of mechanisms in place going forward. I think my main concerns is making sure that all of our employees are educated as to what whistleblower protection policies are in place and reminding them, but then having just another avenue with the hotline to report behavior.
Mayor, may I ask a question here, or a comment? That training I think needs to be extended to our commissioners, because they may be in the middle of something.
It's there.
So
If I may, with respects to our ethics training, city manager just disclosed, so we do have our AB 1234, that is to our city elected officials as well as required by our planning commissioners. As stated by city manager, we did extend it with AR 102, where he expanded it to all department heads and executive team of the city departments as well too. There is council policy 1.11, which provides ethics training for our boards and commission members as well as staff of city council members as well too.
yes, but I want to include the whistleblower training.
Training part of that piece too.
Yes.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you. Okay, I think we have the direction that we need.
I think there was just one final piece that I'm unclear about, and that is the proactive publishing question. We currently, if we have findings and they are public records, if they're requested, we release them. I don't know if staff has clear direction if we are now going to create a council policy or something to.
I mean, this is just my opinion. I feel that obviously there's already a duty right now that if there is a reportable finding, council gets notified, whether it's the city manager's office or a council colleague.
Right.
I think at that point, we can make a decision whether we want to jump to censure, but if it's a public record anyways, if somebody gets wind and they request it, I feel like it's going to be out there, but I don't want it to be something that is, weaponized to potentially embarrass a council colleague. That's
Okay.
my gut reaction. Does anyone else want to weigh in?
Clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving on to item number 22, which is to receive information on the current policy for the city manager's purchasing authority and provide direction to staff as necessary. Would someone from the city manager's office like to give a report?
All right, get the doubleheader tonight. Mayor and council, this item is before you to receive information on the current policy for the city manager's purchasing authority and to provide direction to staff. As the report indicated, the city manager's signature authority limit has been subject to fluctuation over the past decade. On November 9th, 2010, the city council set the city manager authority at $250,000. Prior to that, beginning in 2004, the city manager and purchasing agent's authority was set at $100,000. However, later in 2010, the council reduced the city manager's authority back to $100,000 and then further reduced it to $50,000 in 2017. During the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, and as part of the city's emergency declaration, the city council did provide the city manager with emergency spending authority of up to $250,000. And then before that emergency authority came to an end, the council did adopt a resolution on April 12th, 2021, and authorize the city manager to execute, ratify, and amend contracts and agreements under $200,000. And that is where it stands today. So the report outlines several provisions that exist within our council policy 4.0 and 4.1. And so rather than going through the entire policy 4.0 and 4.1 again, just highlight some of the provisions that kind of cover the signature authority. So contracts or purchases will only be approved when sufficient budget appropriations have been authorized by the council. When an amendment or extension will cause the total value of a professional service contract to exceed $200,000, the contract must be presented to council for approval. When the cumulative value of services provided by one professional services contractor exceeds $500,000 over 5 years, those contracts must be brought back to council. Bids and RFPs will continue to be advertised on the city's website, ensuring a wide range of vendors and contractors are able to compete. City maintains an interest list for those vendors, contractors, and consultants interested in receiving bids or proposals, RFPs, for upcoming work. Information about bids and RFPs and the award of such contracts will be available on the city's Transparency in Government webpage, which it is now. And in accordance with Council Policy 4.1, the award of professional consultant contracts valued at $25,000 or more are published on the city's website within 72 hours after an agreement is finalized, and notification is provided to the City Council once that agreement has been posted to our website. City manager will continue to provide council with an annual list of all the contracts, including the name of contractor, description of the work, and the total value of that contract. That gets sent out to council every year and provides a spreadsheet of all the agreements that have been signed by the city manager. And then obviously all contracts above the city manager's signature authority of $200,000 are placed on the city council agenda. Also, as part of this exercise, we did look at several public entities that are comparable to the city of Anaheim, and we looked at their administrator's signing authority from largest to smallest. That chart is in the staff report. I can quickly go through some of those as a refresher. The Orange County Transportation Authority, OCTA, is $250,000. Metropolitan Water District, $250,000. City of Anaheim is $200,000. The County of Orange is $200,000. Long Beach is $100,000. Stockton, $100,000. OC Sanitation District, they just revised theirs. It's $150,000. Orange County Fire Authority, $100,000. Irvine, $60,000. Santa Ana, $50,000. Riverside, $50,000. Oakland, $50,000. Orange County Water District, $50,000. Bakersfield, $40,000. And TCA, $25,000. And again, those are, obviously there are many anomalies and exemptions within every single one of these signing authority policies within all of these cities. We did our best to kind of synthesize a broad list to give the council a reference point. And so should the council want to consider any amendments to the city manager's current purchasing authority, those changes would come back in a future resolution in order to update council policy 4.0 and the purchasing policies within 4.1. And that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of highlight, why this was brought forward. It is obviously not in any way a reflection of the person that is the city manager, but it was mentioned in the JL report that we should consider looking to cities that are similarly situated in size and budget. And so I just want to highlight for the top, the just two that I was going through, MWD, which also has about a $2 billion budget, as well as the Orange County Transportation Authority and the County of Orange, all similarly sized budgets. And I think when people are concerned about signing authority, and I've looked at all of the different policies of these authorities, it seems to me that the concern is sole source contracts. So I just wanted to just go through and make sure I understand. What is the limit of, let's say, the department head for public works? What is the signing authority of an individual department head?
So we recently amended that to allow department heads to sign off on contracts up to $25,000, I believe, yes.
Okay, and I believe you mentioned it in your report, but just wanted to clarify and highlight. Is there a limit that triggers a competitive bidding process like an RFP?
I mean, how should I say this? I think what I'm getting at is if you do not conduct an open RFP process or a bid process, then that is essentially a sole source contract. And there's a restriction that the city manager currently can't sign a sole source contract over $50,000. That needs to come back to the city council. So that is part of our current rules, and that's why seldomly you'll see a contract on your agenda that is $50,000 or less, and you kind of wonder why it's on your council agenda. Usually it's because it's a sole source.
And so we already have guardrails at the $50,000 limit for sole source contracts.
That's right, yes.
Thank you. And then you addressed this as well. If there is a cumulative amount that is multi-year contract or several separate contracts that end up to be higher than the $200,000 limit, those are required to be brought back before the city council.
That's right, absolutely. And again, I think this is something you see regularly on our agendas. You'll see a contract that may be for $100,000, and you wonder, well, the city manager's authority is $200,000. Why is it before the city council? It's because it could have options for renewal for up to 3 years, which then puts it over the authority, and therefore we bring those to council.
And I noticed you said that contracts or purchases are only going to be approved when sufficient budget appropriations have been authorized. So if it's a non-budgeted item or contract, are those automatically brought back before city council?
Yeah, that is the intent of that provision. And so that if it is something that's not contemplated in the budget, then we would bring it to council. And then also likely seek an appropriation as well.
Thank you. And then we have a reporting process where within 72 hours of one of these contracts being signed, it is put on the city's website. But then after and it's up there for 30 days, correct?
Yeah, I thought it was longer than 30 days, but looking at the city clerk, it's 30 days, yeah.
So they're up there for 30 days, and then there is a requirement that there's a yearly report of all contracts signed within the city manager's signing authority.
That's correct. Yeah, so usually comes out in January, and it covers the previous year. So in January 23rd, 2023, we provided council a report of all the contracts that were signed by the city manager in 22.
So the reason I am bringing this up is I think we have a lot of guardrails that we already have in place, especially I think when people think about corruption when it comes to city manager contracts. I think just the unfettered signing of sole source contracts is really what people are thinking about. One of the things I did want to see if my council colleagues would consider or be open to is I'm not as much, because of the size of our budget, and as the JL Port report says, comparing ourselves to institutions that have the similarly sized budget, we are doing a lot of the same things that is required by the administrative code of MWD, as well as the policy manual for the Orange County Transportation Authority, and the contracting policy for the County of Orange. So I think there's a lot of guardrails put up. One of the things that I would like to see happen, is there a way, or do you know of any other agencies, just as like we receive and file the library board minutes, where we just have a receive and file report once a month or maybe every council meeting that lists exactly what's on the website of contracts that were signed and that are the city manager's signing authority?
And so to bring those as like, for an example, bring those as a consent item to council on a monthly basis?
Yeah, like a receive and file report.
Sure, the information is on our website, and so we can certainly compile that into a report, and obviously work with you on how often you'd like to see that report. It could be monthly, it could be every other month. Yes, it's possible.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilmember Meeks had some comments, and then Councilmember Diaz.
Mayor, I appreciate you going through all that, because I agree. I think we have a lot of guardrails. We have a very large budget. I think just the example of them increasing the signing authority during the pandemic shows that in an emergency, you're going to need you're going to need a significant signing authority, and it always concerns me that, you know, if we had a significant earthquake or something that impacted the whole city, that our city would have the ability to get resources quickly and to contract with whatever services we need before some of the other cities, but or quickly and be able to make those services. So I like having the signing authority where it is, and would certainly support you know, having a receive and file informational item on our council agenda, because we're not trying to hide anything, and I think we're trying to make sure that we have all the requirements in place to make, you know, to oversee it, but we also want to be able to respond rapidly to issues in the city.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So the JL report suggested to take a look at this, but no even explanation why. My opinion is that after $1.5 million, they needed to put something in there to justify that amount of money. So public works and procurement is a lot of restrictions. We have to follow the rules. And those most likely won't even go to the city manager. Those have to follow the rules. Put it this way, it's a contract. It's something that the city manager had to sign. He's putting his name there. If that's done illegally, he's putting his name there. He will get in trouble. So that's the biggest safeguard that we have. I definitely agree with once a month or every so often, putting the consent calendar as a receive and file. But I don't see an issue with the $200,000. In fact, the city manager has proven that he hardly uses it. He haven't abused it at all. So I'm good with this. Leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I also agree with keeping it as it is. I think we have the appropriate safeguards. And when you commented, sir, that he hasn't abused it, I went back on the website and counted the times, and I think it's like 7 this year. So the question I have is, what is receive and file? If it's on the consent calendar, we vote on it, or is it apart from the consent calendar?
If it's on the consent calendar, it gets voted on with all the other items. So just like the minutes before you on the consent calendar, those technically are voted on. They rarely get pulled, if ever. And when they don't get pulled off the consent calendar, when you approve the consent calendar, they're approved in mass with
So
the
we
rest
just,
of the items.
if they're on the consent calendar, we don't pull it, it just is, yeah, it's there.
It'll be agendized as receive and file, whatever, the report.
Okay, thank you. I agree with keeping it at what it is today.
Thank you. So I think when the jail report came out, one of the things I requested was the history of the spending authority or the signing authority. And it became apparent to me that it was a weapon used by council to either punish the city manager or to express their unhappiness. So I agree with my council colleagues that it should remain the same. We haven't seen any abuse of authority. And I do think the size of our budget, a $2 billion budget, $200,000 is not a significant amount. And I do support having having contracts that are signed come back. I just think from transparency perspective, it'd be nice to see what we're signing. And I think the public might like that as well because it's easier to access. I have no idea where to find it on the internet. So I think it'd be good to also include that. So.
And happy to look at ways to make it more readily available to the public because it is there. We did put it on the homepage under the button transparency. You click on that, you scroll down, has all the contracts there. But certainly we can try and make it easier.
Yeah, I mean, I'm challenged, so.
I don't see any other comments from council colleagues. Do we need to make a motion to include this, or is this something that can be done administratively?
Oh, you're talking about the publication. That can be done administratively, yeah.
What's the frequency? Receive information, so. Once a month?
Okay.
The direction is once a month? Okay.
Once a month, okay.
Item 23 is consideration of an ordinance to require subcontractors to disclose. I was like, why does this sound familiar? Get John Hannah back in here. Excuse me, I'm sorry to my colleagues. Item 24 on our agenda is the District 4 appointment to the Housing and Community Development Commission. Councilmember Kurtz, do you have an appointment for District 4?
I do. Joseph Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. Can we please vote?
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. The appointment moves forward.
Thank you. Congratulations to Mr. Gonzalez. Item 25 is consideration of a resolution declaring the results of the special municipal election on October 3rd, 2023. Are there any questions or comments by council?
Move the item.
We have a motion. Do we have a second by Councilmember Diaz?
Second. Oh, Diaz.
Please vote.
Excuse me, Mayor, it looks like we have a technical difficulty with my...
Do we need to do a roll call vote?
Where's Dooku when we need him?
Yes, let's do a vote while I figure this out while we're doing the public hearing.
Thank you.
But, so a motion on item number 25?
Yes, it's a motion by Fessel, the second by Diaz.
Item 25 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim, California, reciting the fact of the special municipal election held on Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, declaring the result and such other matters as may be provided by law. Councilmember Diaz?
Aye.
Councilmember Leon?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Calva?
Yes.
Councilmember Fessel?
Aye.
Councilmember Meeks?
Yes.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Yes.
Mayor Aiken?
Yes?
Let the record show, 7 ayes, no nays. Thank you.
Item 26 is a public hearing. Will the clerk please read?
Ooh.
It's a second reading. We still need a public hearing?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know what is going on with the computer. Item 26 is a public hearing before the City Council. A public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance number 6561, renewing ordinance number 6528, approving the police department's military use policy as modified and renumbered, and authorize the use pursuant for funding for and acquisition of the military equipment described in policy 705, previously numbered policy 706.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, could we please have a staff report?
I'd ask for a report from the police chief, please.
Well, good evening again, Mayor and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss Assembly Bill 481 and the department's military equipment as defined by law. The mission of the Anaheim Police Department is to maintain a safe community to live, work, and play. The Anaheim Police Department is tasked with policing a city with a dense urban population, critical infrastructure, and high-profile venues that attract approximately 25 million visitors a year. Our department operates under unpredictable and dynamic environments, and we must be prepared to respond to various critical incidents and acts of violence. The military equipment, as defined by law, is crucial to the safety of our officers and our community. Anaheim Police Department's catalog of, quote, military equipment and associated training allows our officers to de-escalate volatile situations, protect the community and officers from harm, and bring critical incidents to a safe resolution. It is important to note that only officers trained to use the equipment are authorized to use it. Most of the equipment we will be discussing tonight was acquired before Assembly Bill 481 was signed into law. The department does not possess or utilize any equipment procured from the military nor the Department of Defense. Anaheim Police Department remains transparent by providing awareness and understanding of police practices, values public input, and welcomes open dialogue about its practices and operations. I am joined by Sergeant McClintock, our Public Information Officer, Sergeant Anthony McGlade, who supervises our training detail and is a supervisor for the SWAT team, and Captain Eric Trapp, who is our SWAT commander, oversees our tactical response group. And at this time, I will ask Sergeant McClintock to begin the presentation.
Good evening. On September 30th of 2021, Governor Newsom approved Assembly Bill 481 requiring law enforcement agencies to obtain approval from the applicable governing body by adopting a military equipment use policy. The Anaheim Police Department is required to seek City Council approval of its military equipment use policy by ordinance at a regular open meeting before taking certain actions relating to the funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment as defined by the law. Assembly Bill 41 requires the Anaheim City Council to approve the funding, acquisition, or use of the military equipment within its jurisdiction only if it determines that the military equipment meets specified standards. On May 24th of last year, during a public hearing, the Anaheim City Council adopted an ordinance that included the department's first military equipment use policy. The ordinance is subject to annual review by City Council to determine whether, based on the annual military equipment report, the standards outlined in approving ordinance have been met. Our most current policy, which is attached to the ordinance, differs from the previous policy because the department no longer has certain equipment, is seeking approval to purchase and utilize new equipment, and is seeking approval to increase the quantities of already approved consumable and non-consumable equipment. Assembly Bill 41 broadly defines, quote, military equipment, regardless of whether the equipment was procured from the military. Like the chief said, the Anaheim Police Department does not utilize any equipment procured from the military nor the Department of Defense. Assembly Bill 41 requires the department's military equipment use policy to address at a minimum the following: description and purpose of the equipment, the quantity possessed, the equipment's lifespan, the fiscal impact, and guidelines and training requirements for the equipment's use. Assembly Bill 41 requires the department to publish an annual military equipment report on the police department's webpage. The annual report was published on July 11th of this year and was posted to our department's military equipment report webpage. Assembly Bill 41 also requires the department to hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting within 30 days of publicly releasing the annual military equipment report. The department presented at the Police Review Board meeting on July 20th. Assembly Bill 41 also requires the department to publish the military equipment use policy on its webpage 30 days before a publicly held meeting, which is tonight. The 2023 to 2024 military equipment policy was posted to our website on September 18th.
Before we begin, it's important to provide an overview of Anaheim and the department's activity to police our community. Last year, the Anaheim Police Department's Communications Center received over 154,000 911 calls and nearly 350,000 business non-emergency calls. The department handles over 200,000 police incidents per year. Our tactical response group, which is comprised of our SWAT team and tactical negotiation unit, was deployed more than any other year. Our SWAT team was activated 26 times in 2022 and has been activated over 35 times year to date. During 2022, the department received 0 formal complaints regarding its use of military equipment, and there are 0 complaints year to date.
As previously discussed, Assembly Bill 41 required the department to establish a military equipment use webpage on its department website. Last year, the department established its webpage and updated it to include an overview of the law, definitions of, quote, military equipment, the department's policies, the annual report, and the information about previous and future meetings regarding the topic. The department also published its first report, a 61-page document, in July. The report covered numerous topics, including the following: an overview of the military equipment that the department possesses, a summary of the military equipment which was used, a summary of complaints or concerns regarding the military equipment, the results of any internal audits and information regarding the military equipment use policy, if the department intends to acquire additional military equipment in the next year, and what equipment is being sought, and the total annual cost for each type of military equipment. Assembly Bill 41 designates items in the following categories as military equipment. I'm gonna just read it for you guys. Unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial and ground vehicles, mine-resistant, ambush-protected, also known as MRAP vehicles or armored personnel carriers, high-mobility, multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, commonly referred to as Humvees, 2.5-ton trucks, 5-ton trucks, or wheeled vehicles that have breaching or entry apparatus attached, tracked armored vehicles, command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and discretion of public safety units, weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles, battering rams, slugs, and breaching apparatuses that are explosive in nature, firearms of 50 caliber or greater, excluding standard issue shotguns, ammunition for the 50 caliber weapons, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, including assault weapons as defined by the law, any firearm or firearm accessory that is designed to launch explosive projectiles, quote, flashbang grenades and explosive breaching tools, quote, tear gas and, quote, pepper balls, excluding standard service issued pepper spray, taser, shockwave, microwave weapons, water cannons, and the long-range acoustic device, also known as an LRAD, projectile launch platforms and their associated munitions, including 40-millimeter launchers, quote, beanbag, rubber bullet, and specialty impact weapons, and any other equipment as determined by a governing body or a state agency to require additional oversight. So this is the current equipment that we have now. The equipment is listed in our military equipment policy. It includes every single make, model, and the quantity possessed, and also is outlined in the staff report what the changes were from this year to last year. I appreciate the City Council's attention during this presentation and your guys' continued support. The department's mission, like the chief said, is to maintain a safe community to live, work, and play. The catalog of equipment discussed tonight enhances the Anaheim Police Department's ability to de-escalate incidents, protect the community and officers from harm, and bring critical incidents to a safe resolution. Only officers trained to use the equipment are permitted to deploy the items. And decisions regarding whether and how the military equipment is funded, acquired, or used should give strong considerations to the public welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. And at that point, I'd like to open up to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions by my council colleagues at this time? I see Councilmember Diaz and then Councilmember Leon.
Only questions? Can I make comments too?
Oh,
All right. During the Defund the Police movement, California legislator overreacted and came out with this AB 481 and created this military equipment. But in reality, these are just tools of the trade. A drone is not a military equipment. A shotgun is not a military equipment. A command center vehicle is not a military equipment. These are tools, just like a carpenter needs a hammer or an electrician needs a pair of pliers. These are tools to protect police officers and to protect us, the residents. That's all. They know what they're doing. They have always used those tools. Those are only tools. That has nothing to do with military equipment, and I have to say this comment. I'm proud of the police, the training that they have, the professionality that they have. So it's no big deal for me. It's just tools of the trade. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a comment and a question. I'll be brief. I just want to definitely understand the fact, and I've said this before, that Anaheim is unique in many ways. One of them obviously being that we're a target, right? And we have to be prepared for anything and everything, especially having Disneyland, Stadium, Honda Center, all these different venues that really bring a lot of visitors, obviously serve a lot of residents as well, so wanting to make sure everybody's kept safe. I just wanted to ask you, for the MRAP vehicles, do you have any examples of what that is, what that looks like, and what those are used for?
Yes, sir. So I'll start. So the MRAP is a specific type of vehicle that's generally used in the military, and it's to do with driving over mines in the way that the vehicle is shaped. We don't own any MRAPs. We have 2 armored personnel carriers. One is called the Lenco Bear, and the other one is the Gurkha Teradyne MPV rescue vehicle. They're most often seen at demos and National Night Out and those types of events where we invite people to come and take pictures and see what we are using. So we use a lot smaller variants than the MRAP specifically, but we do have 2 armored rescue personnel carriers.
And have we ever deployed, so we had not deployed those in the past, is that correct?
So we do not deploy MRAPs, just so we're clear on that, but.
Oh yeah, no, that one, the ones you mentioned.
The Bear and the Teradyne are deployed with our SWAT team and with officers who have trained to drive the Teradyne are able to use it to resolve critical incidents and to rescue stranded citizens or people in need, officers and help, citizens and help, yes.
And then just last follow-up, in terms of the training, how much training is involved in being able to operate those vehicles?
So the Gurkha Teradyne, all officers have to drive it with somebody who's already been driving it and is familiar with it. The Lenco Bear actually requires special licensing. It qualifies as a Class B license. So all of our officers who actually drive that have to go through the same Class B license that a fire engine, bus driver, things of that nature would have to go through. And then there's obviously then specialized training specific to what the Lenco Bear provides us on how we would use it tactically in an environment to resolve a critical incident.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
I totally support this effort, and I just want to thank you for all the work that you do. An indication that you do it well is that there are no complaints at all. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for that very thorough report. I liked going through the annual report with all the pictures of all the fun stuff. I think we should now open it up for a public hearing. City Clerk, do we have any speaker cards for this hearing?
Mayor and City Council, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the public hearing.
So hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Are there any further comments or questions by council?
I'll move the item.
We have a motion by Councilmember Meeks. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Good, Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. Please vote.
An ordinance of the City of Anaheim renewing with modifications ordinance number 6528, approving the Anaheim Police Department's military equipment use pursuant to California Government Code Section 7071. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here and taking time out of your evening to share that with us.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to move on to report on closed session items. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
No reportable actions taken, Mayor.
And we do not have any non-agenda public comment items left over from our first public comment period, correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor.
So now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Are there any council members that would like to add something to a future agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Rubakova?
I don't know if this needs to be an agenda item or if it can just be you and I can discuss, Jim, but at the last council meeting, we had a public commenter who came up and said that during Planning Commission, people were shuffling the cards or something like that. I'm sorry, I cannot speak anymore, but the speaker cards. And I think from my perspective, when you get to a meeting, you want to be the first one. You kind of expect that it's going to go in that direction. So if we could just look into what the process is. And then I also noticed that our planning commission meetings are not streamed or recorded. Is that something we can explore? I feel like that is probably an important commission to have access to video of what they're discussing, especially with certain projects coming up. So that's just something to consider, and if it's something that needs to come to council, I just think for full transparency, that might be a good option for us to look at.
Thank you. The only item I wanted to add, I briefly touched on it earlier, is bringing back our council calendar item as part of that IT phone. So if we could just get that on sooner rather than later, but I'll defer to what our agendas look like. So I don't see any other requests. So with no other business, I would like to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Dr. Howard Knoll. I'd like to say he was my next door neighbor growing up. I have known him my entire life, and he was truly, truly a great Anaheimer, very involved in our community, and he will be sorely missed. So with that, we are adjourned until November 7th.